Welcome, one, welcome all to the Friday evening debauchery. Oh, debauchery. I bet it's better now. Anyways, hi guys. I hope you're all having a wonderful week. And to your week, you can see outside, it's still bright here where I live on the west coast of Canada. Firstly, I would like to say if you are already subscribed, thank you so much. That means you are officially in the 1000 club, which means you are one of the first 1000 supporters of the channel. I'm trying to figure out how to properly commemorate that with you guys in a cool way. So I'm thinking about something where I don't know, you get in a comment at a certain time and then you're in the club. Anyways, I would love to hear what you guys are drinking tonight, what you're eating tonight, what you've been watching all week. I know a lot of you have been here with me. We've been through the ringer this week in terms of our cases. And I am sorry, Amy, Amy's just posted something in the chat about waiting for a person to come give an estimate. Oh my gosh, is that not the most frustrating thing when you wait for somebody all day and then you know if you move, they will then immediately show up? That's how it works. Anyways, look at them. Always. So we were also talking earlier in Credence and Mikey earlier today about tattoos. Mikey's talking about getting some tattoo, like a quarter sleeve, which I don't know what that is. Is that like just a teensy little bit? I don't know. But I said, oh, makeup tattoos are sort of a good idea, but I can't do makeup without getting it on my hands, without having to do it 30 times. I'm not gonna trust anybody to be doing tattoo makeup near my eyes. No. I rethought that one quickly. I know, and everybody to themselves. Like, I abuse my body in other ways. I'm not saying that I'm perfect. No, no, no. I just have trust issues. Maybe that's it. Okay. We are going to watch some detention dockets. I'm really hoping for some like classic Judge Kimmisms just to soothe my soul. Um, yeah, let's keep going. Also, if you're new here, we vote in the chat. Woo, just like that. It's 1 for detained, 2 for released. You can vote as many times as you want. You can change your mind. We are never going to get mad at you for changing your opinion or saying what you're thinking in this room. We have a blast in here. The chat is very awesome and friendly. We joke a lot. If you are offended, that you're probably in the right, like that sounds about right, but just that's the way it's going to be. If you get super duper offended, I mean, I don't know, I guess keep coming back if you like that, but um yeah, go ahead, hit the like button. My YouTube daddy loves that apparently, and we all know I need to please my YouTube daddy. um oh, well, I have a story. Okay, slightly before we get started, I'll tell a quick story where I had an eye problem. I got a piece of jalapeno in my eye, like a literal piece of jalapeno, and it stopped my tear ducts. And that happens very quickly and it like swells up really fast. Now I live in Canada, so woo, free healthcare. I just popped my little caboose down to the emergency room. And it's funny here, you do wait in the emergency room for certain things, but not eye things. And there's two reasons for that. One of them is because the eye room is like a special room that has the eye materials in it. And so they don't usually use that room for other ER matters. So it tends to be free. So, and then also the eye stuff is pretty serious. Anyways, so my eyes swelled up. They brought me in. They said you're gonna need surgery. We'll give you these antibiotics, but you're probably gonna need surgery to open your tear ducts up again. We'll make you an appointment with the specialist next week. And I come in for the specialist appointment, and everything had been taken care of. It was all lovely. And so I was very like just hang out with the doctor. Like I was being very the way I am with you guys. We had a good rapport going back and forth. I was joking with him. He had ordered some sushi on the phone. I thought that was hilarious while I was sitting in the room. I told him what happened. He was like, okay, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to have to flush that. And I was like, okay. And then without warning, and I mean that, without warning, he took a tiny needle and he put it in the little tear duct hole in the bottom of my eye and he pushed saline through and it came out in my mouth. And then he did it on the top one. And he didn't even say anything about it. And I was just like, yo, nobody's gonna believe me when I tell them that you just shoved a needle in my eye. And he was like, it's a cannula, and I'll deny it. And I was just like, okay, you're joking me. But it worked out fine. So my eye was fine in the end. But he fully did that without any sort of warning. I always say, I hope that they do better for other people because I can obviously handle certain things, but some people would have been like, oh my God. Anyways, okay, we're going to Texas. Texas is where a lot of things happen. But down in Texas, there was a knock. Okay. Um, I'm sure everybody understands this. We don't answer doors in like my world. Anyways, um, it didn't hurt, by the way. It just all the saline like went into my throat. It was very odd. Um, But down in Texas, the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, the juvenile docket, these are from 2020. So we're traveling back in time. And the reason we do that is because this is one of my first court loves. This is where I fell in love with you guys, the court fam, the chat who don't quit. You guys are great. And it's always a blast to be here with you. We have great discussions. We have, lots to share and talk about. And I love having you here. So, like I said, we vote in how the kids come. Oh, I gotta pull it up. I'm slacking. Time Served was done early tonight. That was a great show, though. Judge Simpson, that poor guy did not stand a chance. Oh my God. You guys, this is perfect. I pulled up fucking YouTube to pull up my playlist and it's a picture of me. It's this stream up here, but it's me just going like this. Fuck, of course. Like I look halfway decent and we got that. Anyways, okay, let's continue. Um, yeah. And I heard there was a lot going on in the stepmom trial today. I have not gotten into that. Just can't right now. I just can't. Also, I want to let you guys know that there might, uh, I don't know what's happening with Judge Dad. My theory, here's the thing. I've been watching court since early 2020, and there was always rumblings and grumblings about people going offline or taking down YouTube channels. But the reality of what it is that courts ebb and flow. The people that run the courts that we listen to and talk to or see all the time isn't just the judge. It's the staff behind them. It's the administrative staff, the clerks, all of that. And the paralegals, etc., within the lawyers' offices that work as well. And you have to understand that it makes more sense to have like a standard spring break sort of shutdown for a decent majority of your staff if it's better for, if all the lawyers are also going to be asking for time off to take their kids for spring break, like, it just, if you plan it properly, you can go ahead and it makes sense. So I personally think that it's going to come back in some form or fashion, and then we'll see what happens. There's hundreds of court channels. I follow hundreds of court channels. So I know you feel like, oh my God, if this judge goes away, like that's how I used to feel about Judge Kim and Judge Porter. But but then again, look at me. I'm watching it, and then I'm watching it tonight in my house, in my kitchen. I know. Oh, maybe is that a shocking like thought to everybody because I'm Canadian, so I'm like, oh, time off, parental leave, all that jazz. Um, yeah, like it makes total sense that he would know when his vacation is, his staff would know, but they wouldn't necessarily say it. But I've been hearing people talk for the last number of weeks like, oh, I'm going to be out of the office this day. I mean, all we hear is scheduling. That's really what judges are, is glorified schedulers. No offense, judges, but prove me wrong. Okay, here we go. I'll put myself into the hearing here when the parents don't show up. I'll try and put myself in the parents' position just to help them out. I always feel bad when I see a kid here without a parent represent. Judge Kim, that was going to be my spot, though. Oh, so frustrating. I really wanted to go over there to take Turner Hill's up here. It's been mute. I'm sorry. I take it back.
Expected to be on camera, not in bed, but sitting down, not in a bathroom. There's no domesticated animals running across the screen, no bright lights in the background or distracting objects like a moving vehicle or ceiling fan. So, EA Laura, if you can please turn on camera. Mark Hopkins, please turn on your camera. Kedra Staten, please turn on your camera. iPhone, there we go. Mr. Berger, you may want to change your name. I might accidentally kick you one day. I think I have in the past. Okay. All right, so I'm going to remove Mr. Hopkins. Latina Horton, please turn on your camera. All right, I'm going to remove Ms. Horton. All right, so I believe we have Jalen Rice from the Turing County Jail. Good morning, Mr. Rice. Judge Kim, this is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been in custody for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days. So this goes back to July where there's an arson investigation. I think it was the ex-girlfriend's house where there were small children inside the house when allegedly you tried to burn it down. So we had detention hearings, 10-day hearings, and that. electronic monitor back in September. You cut off your monitor. You did not appear for court. When we brought you in, you refused to take your UA. On October 30th, you refused to leave your room for the detention hearing. We took the computer to your pod, and you managed to strip half naked for court. And so I ordered you detained, and I ordered you detained in the downtown jail because you cannot follow the rules here at Kimbo. And so I'm concerned that if I let you go, you would just cut off your EM and run off again. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I speak?
Do you have a question for me, or do you just want to tell me something?
I think he's basically, the DA is just holding him there. They haven't even determined what they're going to do.
The DA is not holding him there. I'm holding him there. It's, if he's going to show that much respect for court for not even appearing, when he cut off his EM, he didn't show up to court when he was supposed to. And when he's in our facility, he refuses to get out of his room. In the time to get the computer back to his room, he strips half naked for me. That's offensive. And so that shows me he is not willing to take any supervision, any responsibility. He wants to do grown man things, allegedly, and doesn't want to accept grown man consequences. So that's why he's in the position that he's in. Okay, so it has nothing to do with you, Mom. But he's making very poor choices. If he's going to be that disrespectful to me, then I have no confidence he's going to come back to court when he's supposed to.
With all due respect, you have seen him several times. I have seen you several times, and I have showed up every single time, even when you did not show up. I'm the one that turned him in.
Absolutely. And the law says, actually, I can issue a warrant for the parent when they don't show up to court when they're supposed to. But you, Mom, you don't understand how much respect I have for you. I can only imagine how frustrating it is to try and supervise Jalen when he's refusing your supervision. But if he's showing me this much disrespect, I cannot imagine how much disrespect he shows you. So kudos to you. I have so much just admiration for you for sticking with your son and always being here and trying to support him and going to bat for him. But if he's going to be that rude to me, man, you have the heart of an angel for always being here, because I'm sure he has pushed it way too far with you. So, but unfortunately, I can draw the line. As a mom, you have your love for your son. You'll always be there for him. And so you're always looking for the bright side of things. For me, it's a very black and white issue. If he literally took off clothes just because he knew the courtroom camera was coming.
Well, I think he had it all prior to that, because he did.
No, he didn't.
He did express to me.
He had his clothes on when it's time to come to court, and while the detention officers were gone, he went and took off his clothes just for court. So, and that's why he's in the Tarrant County Jail. I would have given him a chance at Kimbo, but if he's refusing to come to court out of his pod, then no, I'm not going to play that. I'm not going to play that game. Okay? So he's 17 now. He's a grown man, and he's got grown man consequences.
And I understand that, but there's been kids that cut off their ankle monitor before, and you release them. I understand the disrespect that you're saying that he showed to you. However, I think we should consider his mental state too, and not go off a personal emotion that you feel towards him, or that you felt like he was giving you.
Wait, as far as his what?
I don't think we should go off our personal emotions. I feel like when you're making your decision, you're going off your personal feelings towards Jalen.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. It's not really personal emotions. I promise you, any person that strips half naked for court, I would detain them all. It has nothing to do with your son or a personal thing with him. That would go for anybody who strips for court. Yeah, and here's part of the problem, Mom, is when he's at Kimbo, we have the behavior levels. I can see if he's respectful, following the rules. But once he made the decision to refuse to come to court and be as rude as he was, he goes to downtown jail. They don't monitor his behavior there, right? They're just an inmate. So he does not have the opportunity to show that he can change and that he's level 1 outstanding, any of that. He's stuck there because I have no idea if he's behaving or not. But this is a consequence.
Is there a possibility of bringing him back, Kimbo, and giving him another chance, at least on that? Because the mother said we're waiting for the DA. The DA hadn't decided whether they're going to do a certification or whether they're going to wait forever to have a jury trial on a determined sentence. So we're in a holding pattern, and it might be a while. And I'd ask the court to bring him back to Kimbo to see if he does any better.
How long has he been in downtown jail? Since October 30th? Yeah, it hasn't even been a month yet.
Your Honor, we're scheduled for a certification hearing on January 7th.
Okay. So they did file a petition for certification?
That's what JCMS is showing, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gladstone, have you received a copy of that petition?
Yeah, I have. They've got a petition for certification and determined sentence, but I wasn't aware of the date. That's news to me.
Okay. Yeah, that may have just happened. Mary's been sick today and yesterday, so she may not have been able to get that notice to you. But I think you said January 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gladstone, does that work with your schedule?
Yes.
All right. So, yeah, at this point, no. I mean, at this point, I don't see, I mean, he just went so far overboard. I'm not inclined to. I mean, there's consequences to decisions. So I'm not sure what more he could have done to make it worse, but that's pretty much on the extreme. So, all right. So, Ms. Rice, I understand your position, but I hope you understand mine as well. So, thank you, Mr. Gladstone.
Thank you, Judge.
Alexis Clark. I think this is the last Tarrant County Jail. Sheriff, thank you very much for bringing this inmate. We appreciate you. Have a good Thanksgiving.
All right, you too, Judge. Yeah, the rest of you.
Alexis Clark.
I'm muted.
All right. Hello, Ms. Clark. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case. I'm deciding whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Berger is your attorney. Mr. Berger, if you can introduce yourself so she sees you.
Hi, Alexis. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, great. All right, so Alexis, this is the one where I released you to Phoenix House. They refused to take you because of the proximity to your father. Your probation officer called me and asked if you could spend the night with your dad or to bring you back. I said I need to bring you back, so then you ran off. So I have a feeling if I let you out, you're just going to run away again. I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you, Alexis.
Can I go to county? My birthday's on Saturday. I'll be 17 on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll review that. I mean, are you asking to go to county?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you really want to do that. Have you been in county before?
I mean, yeah, I lied about my age and who I was.
I'm sorry?
I lied about my age one time and who I was, and I went to county.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're what?
I lied about my age and who I was one time, and they took me to county.
The last time I'm agent?
She lied about her age, Judge.
Oh, she lied about her age.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were in the Tarrant County Jail.
Yeah, I went to Tarrant County. I went to Parker County before too.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I said
You've been in Parker County Jail as well.
Okay. But you've been in the Tarrant County Jail, correct?
you're under a fake name.
I'm sorry?
Under a fake name.
And how long were you there?
Like 4 days, something like that.
Okay. You understand that if you go to county, you can't bond out, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you would just sit there until the case is disposed of.
Yeah.
You know, ask me on your 17th birthday, and if that's an informed decision that you're making, Mr. Berger, I advise you to kind of admonish her and let her know the differences. But I mean, I feel like if you're 17 and you're making that request, I mean, I'll honor that request.
I'll be 17 on Saturday. Can I come back to court on Monday or something?
On this, probably not this Monday, but we'll try and schedule it next week.
Okay.
Judge, I'll.
Okay, Mr. Berger. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if that's her desire, then I'm not sure I'm really going to deny that. Do we have a parent here for Alexis?
Your Honor, I did not see one on the Zoom.
All right. Thank you, Alexis. We'll see you next week. Elizabeth Fergus.
Your Honor, there should be a parent for her also in the courtroom.
They're walking into.
Are you here?
You can talk to your daughter first, okay? You can go see whoever's talking.
Ms. Burgess? Oh, there we are. All right, Ms. Burgess, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you need to see a judge within 2 days. I'll decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you will see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I'll provide one for you. So Kenneth Walensky, please do not point the camera at your ceiling. You need to be in the picture. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Newman has been appointed as your attorney. So Elizabeth, you're 15 years old. You have never been here before. So we brought you in yesterday. Richland Hills said that on the 23rd, there was a response to a person with a gun call. Somebody said that Elizabeth came to her property and started to argue with her. She was looking for her son and daughters. They told you to leave. As you were leaving, you said, I'm not going to feel bad when your son gets shot and this whole place gets shot up. So the victim said that Elizabeth threatened her daughters before and was just involved in a fight with them the day before. They said you walked around the corner of the property off-site, got into a red vehicle, and left. Then they found out through a video recording that the driver was Joshua Collins and pointed a gun at her daughter as the vehicle was leaving. So the police found the vehicle. There were 4 people in there: Joshua, Tanner, Elizabeth, and Jordan. Joshua told officers he knew the traffic stop was about. There's a black BB gun, which resembled a
Joshua, Tanner, Elizabeth, and Jordan. Sounds like the 4 whitest Power Ranger names ever. I'm sorry. Isn't that seriously? Like, oh my God, Joshua, Tanner. You like cold coffee, MB? I like hot coffee. And I like a lot of coffee. But that's what we're having for dinner tonight so far. We'll see how the night takes us. Also, in case anybody's missing me, I am here. I'm just blending in with the crowd, if you will. So, welcome. Please go ahead and elbow deep in epoxy. You know what? That said elbow deep in, and I thought, oh, what is she gonna say in this comment today? I love when you're all here listening, when you're chatting. It's all fun. Let's continue. Power Rangers were formative, just like Harry Potter.
Glock was under the driver's seat. They were both taken into custody. The officer believed that you made threats that put people in fear of their life. So your mom says that you snuck out of the home, went back to the victim's house after being told not to. She told you you could not associate with Joshua. I guess Joshua, why do I recognize the name Joshua? Is he a juvenile or an adult?
He's a juvenile, Your Honor. He's after her. He's on the docket for today.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mom says other than normal teenage behavior, she doesn't have issues with other youth in the home. Ms. Turner, what time of day did this happen?
This happened about 9 o'clock at night.
Sunday. All right, Mom, tell me what's really going on.
You said it pretty well. I mean, that's what's going on. They had problems with the girls had problems. The house that they went to, I know one of the girls that was with them, that's her parents' house, and that was her sister, and it's so their family. You know, the 3 girls, we all reside at the same place. We all live together. And the house that they went to, one of the girls that lives with us, that was her sister and parents' house, I'm assuming. That's what I can't get. I haven't talked to Elizabeth since she's been arrested, so.
All right, hold on a second. Ms. Simmons, you cannot point the camera at your ceiling, okay? The camera has to be pointed at you. This is a warning for everyone. I'm tired of this. I'm just gonna start removing people if you can't behave appropriately for court. All right. So, Mom, you're saying that Elizabeth's sister lives at the victim's house?
No, the victim's the victim's sister lives in the same house with us.
Okay.
And I was unaware of that until yesterday.
Is this all? I mean,
To be honest, I don't even know why any of this started, but it's been ongoing for the past few months over social media. And then they got into a fight the day before she got arrested, and she has a black eye from some 18-year-old boy over there hit her in the face. And I told her not to go back over there because of that, and that's when she went back over there.
So it sounds like Elizabeth's just kind of getting out of control. I guess my next question, Mom, please take this in the spirit I'm intending this. I really, I can't imagine in this day and age what's like to raise teenagers, girls especially, okay? So why is she out at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night?
She snuck out.
Okay, oh, that's right.
And she didn't tell me where she was going or anything.
Does she have a history of running away?
No.
No, just sneaking out once in a while?
Yeah, it's only happened a few times, and the other times I was able to get a hold of her, or she was arrested this time, so that's why she didn't come back. But she's never just left and not came back.
Who are her friends? Who's she hanging out with?
The two girls that live with us, but they don't go anywhere usually. They just stay at the house.
And then Joshua is your son or is half brother? No.
He's a friend of hers from Lake Worth.
Right. Well, Elizabeth, this is very gender neutral of me, but anytime a kid is brought in here with anything related to a gun, even if it's a fake gun, I always detain them. Okay? That's just the way it is. And so I want to make sure, because here's the thing, if you're with somebody that points a gun at somebody else, the other person has a real gun, you very well could get shot. And so I'm just not interested in putting you back in that situation, or any kid. So at this point, I'm detaining you. We're going to watch your behavior level, and then I'll make a decision to release you if you can show that you can follow the rules and behave here. I'm going to let you know that, Mom, how's she doing in school? What are her grades like?
Since the COVID thing, we haven't. It's not good right now. I have to get it all started and going again. I really don't want to send her into public school. I want to do online school for her.
What are her grades? What are her grades like?
Her grades were good, but she was having a lot of problems fighting at school.
What were her grades like?
She made A's. She made good grades, but her behavior at school wasn't good. She was sent to the alternative school within the first week of being there.
For fighting?
Threatening a boy.
Yeah, Elizabeth, all this violent behavior is not looking good for you. At a certain point, they just, people just want you to be just a girl. I mean, I don't know why you want to live this thug lifestyle. All right, well, Elizabeth, if you get to level 1O, I will, and hold it for 3 days, I'll release you. Okay, so it takes about 3 days to get to level 1O. You've got to hold it. If you drop down, it starts over again. All right? So then you got to get back to level 1O and then hold it for 3 days. That shows me that you can follow the rules. If you can't follow the rules, you're not going to get out of here. All right? Now, if you can follow the rules, I'll let you go. But Mom, I'm just going to set a rule that she has to have no access to social media. All right? 0. We're just cutting it off. All right? I need you to help me out on this one. Okay, Mom, you and I are going to work together to help Elizabeth. If she is, then please let probation know. We're just going to bring her back here. All right. In fact, Elizabeth, we have another child here today because he was ordered to no social media, and it took him about an hour to break that, and he was just let go yesterday. He's already back here today. If you think I'm not going to bring you back in here because you're on Instagram or whatever, yeah, I'll bring you back. And the police and our courts are watching. And that even means if you're with friends and they take your picture, it pops up on social media. That's enough. I'll bring you back. You were to have a 0 social media footprint until Mom tells us that you're respectful, you're following the rules, and you think you deserve to have it back. Mom, we are expecting you to help us with this order, okay? And so, but I figure probably about a month without it, and that's probably a good starting point. If it's less than a month, I don't think she's really understood where we're coming from.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, Elizabeth, do you have any questions for me?
I do have a statement, is that I was unaware of the gun the whole time until it was brought out.
That's not my issue. The fact that you were in this situation with a person, the kind of person that would carry around a fake BB gun and display it like a real gun, that's the thing. It's not necessarily the BB gun itself, it's the fact that you chose to get in a car with the kind of person that would do that, right? It's like your picker is broken. You're picking the wrong friends. And I have a feeling, Elizabeth, that if you just listened to your mom about who you should hang out with and not hang out with, you would not be in this situation. But at some point, you decided you know more than your mom, and all your mom's bad. So you know why your mom knows this? You know why your mom's right about your friends? Because she made the same bad mistakes. And she watched her friends make the same bad mistakes. So it's not that you're saying, Mom, you're right and I'm wrong. What it is you're saying, Mom, you've lived through this. You've seen the problems, and you're giving me advice based on what you've seen. Not just because you know it, it's because she's watched it happen. So at a certain point, you're either going to trust your mom's experience and that she's being honest with you and being straight up with you, or you're going to ignore it. If you keep on ignoring it, you're going to be in kimbo for years and years. Or you can turn the corner and say, you know what? My mom's not right about everything, but what she's been through. And that's all she's doing. She's just sharing with you the mistakes that she's made. Is that right, Mom? That's all it is. She's not saying that she's a better person or smarter. She's just saying, I've seen the mistakes. I've seen kids get in trouble. I don't want you to be like my friends, or maybe like Mom's own personal mistakes in the past. She's just trying to save you from coming to kimbo. That's all she was doing. Well, if you're going to ignore her, you end up in kimbo. And as she gets older, she's trying to save you from getting shot or getting assaulted or ending up in adult jail. She's just trying to keep you from doing that. And if you don't trust her, then you will end up getting shot, assaulted, or end up in adult jail. It's really that simple. All right, Elizabeth, you know what I'm expecting from you. So I just laid it out. Thank you. Joshua Collins.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
You can sit over there.
Hello, Mr. Collins. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Law says when kids brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here, to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Berger is your attorney. All right, so this is the one with Elizabeth. Evidently, you pointed a BB gun. She threatened to shoot up a house, and then you pointed a BB gun that looked like a real gun at them, which just followed up. And you were on probation for, is he on probation? No, he's just discharged from probation.
Yes, he completed in March.
Mr. Dawson, why do I know his name so well? Is it just...
He was placed on probation by Judge Nolan in 2019. And he was in detention. You may have seen him in detention during 2019.
Okay, that's right. Name sticks out, but he's had a couple problems on probation. See, so do we not give him a drug test?
He refused to take drug tests.
Oh, Joshua, hiding your meth habit, huh? So do we have a parent here?
Yes.
Okay, we have a parent here. Great. Yeah, Joshua, when a kid refuses our drug test, I just assume you're hiding a drug. So I assume you are hiding I assume you're positive for every drug on that list. So whenever you kick your heroin habit, you can come clean, and then I might consider letting you out. But I'm assuming you're using PCP, acid, Xanax, speed, meth, coke, yeah, all that stuff you're using, you're just hiding all of it from me. So I'm going to go and detain you for your drug use. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Marshal Dudley.
He should have took the drug. Fortunately, they're told recommendation.
No, he's never denied it, so I know it's something.
Marshal Dudley. All right, Mr. Dudley, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, sit up, Mr. Dudley. This isn't your grandma's sofa. Sit up. All right, Mr. Dudley, you judge within 2 days of being here. I decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you need to judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Ms. Barrows as your attorney. Ms. Barrows, are you here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, good morning. All right, Marshal, you've never been here before, 14 years old. Saying yesterday about 3 o'clock, police were dispatched for a robbery call. Victim was selling ice cream and a gray Toyota pulled up. 3 black males got out wearing hoodies. 2 of them had pistols. Hit the victim in the head and face with one of the pistols. Another one held a gun to his head. Victim gave him $150 and they left in the vehicle. Police got the license plate. The vehicle was stolen. It was stolen in an aggravated robbery the day before. Police found the vehicle nearby, and when the vehicle was stopped, 2 people took off running, 1 adult and Isaac Murray. They were detained. Marshall was in the vehicle. They found a firearm in the back of the vehicle. Dad, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Who's Isaac Murray?
I don't know who these kids is.
Why is your son running around with kids with guns in a stolen car?
Yeah, I don't know. It's all new to me, really. He ain't no kid like that. When I heard the robbery, like, what is you doing? Total shock to me.
What was he doing at 3 o'clock, out 3 o'clock yesterday? Do you know?
I thought it was some friends, not no type of stuff like this. What was stuff like that?
Mr. Crawls, was Marshall identified as one of the gunmen?
Your Honor, the initial report that came through was just kind of probable cause police report. 2 paragraphs state how they identified them, that they matched descriptions. It says 2 guns in the victim statement. Only 1 gun was found. I have no identification on if it was an adult and juvenile that jumped out, if it was 2 juveniles, who had guns, what type of guns, just that 2 guns.
Can you follow up with the police department?
Yes, I will. Like I said, that was the initial. We should be getting the full report in later today, or if a detective is handling the rest of the matter, be a day or so.
All right, Marshall, this is where I'm sitting at right now. Anytime a kid has a gun, it gives me great concern. I don't think children should have guns. I don't think there's a single adult in this county that believes children should have guns unsupervised. Your dad even agrees with me. All right. That being said, I'm always very cautious when a kid's around guns and guns used in crimes. At this point, I'm going to detain you. Right? Now, the fact that the other 2 ran and you sat in the car waiting and you were not the driver, that says a lot to me. I need to be comfortable that if you were not one of the gunmen, then I'm actually comfortable releasing you. Because you have no priors and there's nothing about you knowing there's a gun, that you were involved with a gun, I can see you just being a passenger. However, if it turns out you're one of the gun guys, then I'm going to hold you here longer to make sure I'm comfortable releasing you. Okay, but at this point, this is the consequence of you running around with other thugs with guns robbing people in a stolen car. Okay? What saved you right now, what gives you hope, had you had run when everyone else ditched the car, then I'd be holding you without pause. I'm considering this only because you sat there and you did the right thing. It's never too late to start doing the right thing. Okay, Dad, do you understand where I'm coming from? And you understand my hesitation because there were guns used in the robbery. If your son wasn't one of the gun guys actually committing the robbery, because I can see at 14 years old, he might have just been along for the ride and not known all this was happening. The fact that he sat there and he did the right thing, that means, Dad, you did some good part on your side with raising a good kid. Okay? So that's where I'm sitting right now. I'm going to wait and see. I will wait for that police report to see if he was not one of the gunmen. I'm actually comfortable releasing him on electronic monitoring. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dudley. Mr. Spence, is Mark Hopkins Rodney's grandfather?
Yes.
He's
Yes,
having
okay.
trouble getting online.
Yeah, well, his camera was off, so I'd removed him. I'm going to add him back. I'm
Your
going to
Honor,
add him back.
He's in the hospital.
He's in the hospital. He's trying to do it on his phone.
No, I understand, but his camera was off.
Oh.
Yeah, he can't get his camera to come on.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
No.
No,
Jorge's been working with him trying to get that fixed.
Okay, I just added him, so we'll see. I want him to be here.
Okay.
Layla Elder.
Your daughter first. First part of it will be towards your daughter.
Your Honor, we have a representative from CPS here on this case too.
CBS is, okay, for Elder. All right, Layla, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you need to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Youngblood is your attorney. Edwin, are you here today? No, we're going to ask Mr. Berger to step in and fill in. Mr. Berger is the gentleman in the green shirt. All right, so Layla, you've never been here before. On November 20th, Haltom City were dispatched with a theft call. The victims, Layla's mom and older sister, said that you had stolen her wedding ring and her sister's purse and wallet. You told the police that her mother should go check the pawn shops, which led police to believe you stole the items. The ring's value was $2,500. The purse and wallet combined value is $220. So now yesterday, about 7 o'clock, Haltom City was responding to domestic that occurred on November 21st. Your mom said that on that date, you and her got into an argument. You flipped her over, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. She had to go to the hospital and have a CT scan done. It was determined that she had a concussion. So CPS is here. Parents are not here.
Stepfather's here, Your Honor.
Stepfather's here. Where's the stepfather? Oh, in the parent room. And the department is here?
Yes, Your Honor. Her name is Megan.
Megan, are you? There we go. All right. So, Megan, what's the status right now of Layla?
As of right now, she's we're still investigating. We need to speak with the stepfather and the mother.
So right now, you don't have temporary or permanent management conservatorship?
No, we don't. She's still under her parents.
That's fine. So you're just here to observe more than anything else.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And the investigation is from when? Is there a previous incident or is it from what I'm talking about right now?
It's from when you're talking about.
Okay. All right. And have there been previous investigations?
I believe that there was one previous for her father, a sexual abuse charge.
And that was ruled out, reason to believe?
That one was reason to believe. He's in jail.
Reason to believe. Okay. All right. So stepdad, do you live? I mean, I guess you live there with Layla and your wife. Is that still family unit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, were you there when this happened, the assault or the theft?
I was there for the assault.
Okay. So are there other problems that have been brewing that this has just kind of come to a head, or is this just out of nowhere?
To be forward with you, I feel like her father raping her was the catalyst for all of it. And we just have not been able to regroup.
Is there any counseling or any therapy?
There was, and then we moved, and no, so not currently, no.
When was the last time she went to a counselor?
It's been all year.
Oh, 2020?
Right.
Your Honor, when I talked to the mom this morning, she indicated that Layla's resistant to counseling or even talking about the incident at this point.
It's a process?
Yes.
That's why it's important to keep with it, right? You can't give up because it is a process.
Agreed.
So has she been violent before, or is this the first time her being violent?
I mean, situations escalate often, not to the point of blows. I feel like that was mainly the drugs and the situation that she's found herself in lately.
Right, so drugs involved?
Yeah. Bottom line, I guess she's been gone. We filed the wrong way, and so I'm assuming that is.
How long was she gone for?
Weeks. She was gone for over a week. Came back for a day.
You know where she was staying?
What?
You know where she was staying?
Not positively, but according to the cops, it's one of 3 spots, all of which are no good.
Right.
I think my wife and I's biggest concern is trying to get her in somewhere.
Right. Has she ever been prescribed medication?
So she had a stint at JPS hospital, and then they moved her to Millwood, at which point they threw everything at her.
Right.
So
is
yes,
she prescribed any medication?
she's not on anything now, no.
Did you you know what medication she was on?
The only one that I'm aware of is Seroquel, because that's the one that upset me.
Why did it upset you?
So I'm fairly familiar with the drug, and I didn't think that a 15-year-old, 14-year-old at the time should be given that right out the gate, day one, which is kind of the situation. She was.
Seroquel is quetiapine, and I don't know. I think that it's I think it's a lot to have anybody try and say what maybe a 15-year-old who was R-worded by their parent should or shouldn't take. Like, nothing nearly like that has ever happened to me, and I've got oodles of them. It is, I understand that it is important, but you have to be careful. Like the dosage, there are very many doctors that use low dose Seroquel, like quetiapine, at very low doses for anxiety and sleep for people, and it works at like a 25 milligram. A bipolar dose for that might be close to 300 milligrams. So there's a huge difference between a 20 milligram dose or 25 milligram dose and a 300 milligram dose. So I, all I'm saying is that she's been through an adult issue, unfortunately. So she may need adult solutions. But I think that they should go through the process with her. I'm not advocating, what I think is that you should consult with a practitioner, a doctor, and go with what that doctor and you decide is the best and be open and honest about the situation. That's the absolute best way to do it. It is what I don't like sometimes is what triggers me a little bit is hearing somebody say something like, "Oh, so and so shouldn't take this drug because everybody's different and everybody's sort of chemically different as well. And so what may be really bad for somebody, one person might not be so bad for others." And so again, this girl's been through tremendous trauma, so we want to give her grace, and I think I'm happy her stepdad's there talking anyways, but let's continue, shall we? Also, if anybody's just arriving, please hit that like button, subscribe, tell us what you had for dinner, what you're drinking right now. I'm having coffee. And vote in the chat for if you think the child's going to be detained or released.
So they medicated her and proceeded on all that for the time that she was there.
This one's a real perplexing one. She's not in CPS custody. Pardon me, she's not in CPS custody, but CPS is involved. Judge Kim, come on, make a decision. Not thinking Nana. Nana, if I was talking to her.
Dad, when was the last time she ran away?
She was gone when she got arrested.
Okay. You mind if we give her a drug test?
Not at all.
Okay. So what I want to do on this one then, Mr. Victorson, is, okay, I'm going to detain you for now because I feel like you're going to run away. You're going to be a danger to yourself or to others. Okay. Mr. Victorson, I want to go ahead and order a hair follicle test. All right. So we have that history. That goes back 3 to 6 months. They have to let us know what you've been using. All right. I'm also ordering a psychiatric evaluation. It seems like you really need to see a mental health professional. And so I want to go ahead and get that started to see, because of your prior history, just to make sure. Mr. Victorson, let's also do a psychological evaluation. And so see if there's other things that need to be addressed.
Yes, Your
Layla,
Honor.
the best thing I can say to you is if you get your behavior level up to 1 outstanding, that opens the conversation to figure out where to put you other than here, right? Maybe CPS has a good placement for you. Maybe home is best for you. There's all kinds of options on the table. But if you're not level 1 outstanding, if you're causing problems here, then you will just stay here. Okay? The idea of our juvenile detention facility is not to punish kids, but it's really to remove them from the community because they're either a danger to themselves or a danger to others. Show me you're not going to be a danger to yourself or to other people, and then I want to get you out of here. But if you can't be a level 1-0, then that tells me that you're going to be a danger to either yourself or to other people. Okay? So you understand what I'm expecting from you, right? Okay. No matter how bad a situation is, Layla, it can always get worse. Right? So don't make it worse, make it better. You dug yourself into a little bit of a hole here. What you need to do is stop digging. Okay? Just stop digging and find your way out. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Mr. Oliphant, can you wait for me in the lobby, please?
All right, Roger Jones. Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. Deciding whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you need to see the judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Adnisi, I think I saw him earlier. Latif, are you here?
I'm here, Judge.
Good morning, sir.
Judge.
So, Mr. Jones, this is the one with the homicide for your spending the night at buddy's house, and his mom's boyfriend is the deceased.
He'd like to go home, Judge, for Thanksgiving.
I beg your pardon?
He would like to go home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, you'd like to go home for Thanksgiving. All right. So, we're in negotiation stage. We have a sibling for Mr. Jones here too, right?
That's correct. Mom was trying to join through the Zoom, but I don't see her on the screen.
All right, and we have an announcement on December 10th. Correct, Mr. Adnisi?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm deeply concerned about the seriousness of this offense. All right. And part of it's also the attempts to conceal the offense. I look at that as more adult type behavior than juvenile behavior. And so I'm going to detain you. December 10th, though, we will know if you're going to have a trial or if it's going to be an agreement. So at least I know you've been here for a long time. That bothers me as well. But I'm deeply concerned about the safety of the community.
And it's been on for most of the time.
I beg your pardon. Oh yeah, no, and Mr. Jones, that I will take the time to tell you. I have noticed that every time we come to these hearings, I've noticed you are level 1-0. And believe it or not, that is, while that's not giving you an immediate benefit in front of me, that is something your attorney is using to help you in your case. that you're not causing problems back here. So don't give up on that part, because there is a benefit to that. You just may not see it right away. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Aniji. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
No, I'm still here for some other cases.
Oh, okay. Well, have a happy Thanksgiving anyways, if I forget to.
You too.
All right, Marion King.
What's going on, Miss Kim?
Hello, Marion. All right.
Your Honor, his mother is on today.
Mother's on. Good. Where's the mother?
Miss Staten.
I'm here.
He's just Staten.
Oh, hello, Miss Staten.
Hi, Judge Kim.
So, right. So you're level 1-0, right?
Yes, sir.
You dip down to, what do you dip down to, Mr. Mitchell?
I can't see where he dipped. I have to pull up his.
Was it just a 1 acceptable?
I think so.
So, Marion, we're at this point now. We had a deal, right? You're level 1-0, but then you dip down a little bit, right?
Exactly.
Probably make you a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
So, okay, don't put yourself in these situations, right?
Yes, sir.
Just don't. I mean, you can live your life right or not. So, at this point, I'm going to deal with you. I may not seem like it, but I'm incredibly frustrated with the district attorney's office on this case because of so much, just everything lagging, right? But I made a deal with you. I'm having second thoughts now, but you know what? If I make a deal, I'll keep my word. Okay, so let you out tomorrow, 10 to 2, right? But that's a hard 10 to 2, right? Don't tempt me. You better be here 5, 10. You better spend your last 10 minutes in the parking lot, okay, and walk in at 1:59, okay? So I made the deal with you. Gonna let you out at 10 on EM. You need to be back here inside our facility by 2 o'clock, and you can have your Thanksgiving lunch with your family. And this is mostly because I'm just frustrated that this case is taking so long, right? And that you've done your part. I see some changes in you, okay? But I made a deal, and I'm always gonna keep my word with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Marion.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, do we need to get an EM put on him today?
Yes, I have a EM. Well, yeah, that's right. They're gonna be gone tomorrow, so we can put them on today, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with Bernice Mack about this morning, and she said that if you still contended to release him tomorrow, she would take care of all the EM paperwork.
Okay, so I'm signing the EM order now. We'll fit him today. That way, it's already on him when he gets released tomorrow. Mom, make sure everything's ready, okay?
Yes, sir.
Window, and that's it.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Docket Livingston. $920 days. No, thank you. I thought I did. All right, Mr. Livingston, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here with 10 days, so I'm reviewing the case, deciding whether to release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days. For some reason, you did something where it made me make a note to not let any of my associate judges to review your case. And let's see. Anyways, you're here for, I guess, the possession of weed and the aggravated robbery, but you're at level 3. So, Mr. Livingston, what happens when you're not level 1-0?
Dang.
You get detained, all right? So, hopefully next time I see you, you'll have something better news for me, okay? All right, thank you, Mr. Livingston.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dylan Moore.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
Mr. Moore. Judge Kim, this is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. Have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your
Yes, sir.
attorney is Candace Taylor.
Hi, Judge.
Hello, good morning. All right, so you're here in 2019 for a weed case. You got supervisory caution. The Grand Prairie Police brought you in yesterday. According to the police, there's a 911 call from CPS saying that she was on the phone with your grandma. You were punching holes in the wall, throwing items around the hotel room where y'all live. When they got there, they heard a female voice saying, "Dylan, calm down, the police are here." Young male voice screamed, "I don't give a fuck," and remarking, "There's going to be spilled blood, I don't give a fuck." The officer announced himself. He was admitted to the hotel room by grandma. You were in a rage, teeth clenched, fist clenched, full body flexing. You made verbal resistive threats toward the officer, daring him to tase him. Second police officer got there. They ordered Dylan to turn around, hands behind his back. He complied, were cuffed, escorted back to patrol car. They found multiple holes in a door in the hotel room. When they asked about weapons, you said you didn't have any, but you had a cigar package. So they found tobacco. So they found what presumed to be ecstasy in your pocket, which tested positive for MDMA and methamphetamines. So, the officer said during the interview, a young female continually ran towards and tried to climb on a third floor railing. There were small dogs present that were constantly barking. Grandma said that you had asked for $20 for drug money and she declined, and you went to a rage. You have pending charges in April for a stolen car, taking your grandma's car without permission. And in August, evading arrest. Police tried to pull you over, you sped away, hit a strike parked vehicle, got out, got on the ground. When they asked you why you didn't stop, you say you didn't like the police. You run away for weeks at a time. You're positive for weed. And Dylan, if I let you go, I think you're just going to cause more damage and hurt more people, put more people in danger. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I mean, this is the result of your own decisions. At some point, you're going to get tired of coming to Kimbo. Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we have a parent here for this one, Ms. Taylor? Or?
I did not see his grandmother, Judge.
Your Honor, I did send her the Zoom link. Shauna Collins from CPS is on the Zoom link, but grandmother has not, that I can see.
I'm on Zoom.
Oh, she is? Okay.
There you are.
I'm on
Okay.
Zoom.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Moore. I'm sorry you're going through all this. I hope you understand the position I'm in.
I understand.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Taylor. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too, sir.
Rodney Moore.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Moore. So I saw you yesterday. We had a conversation. I specifically said, I will let you go because you've been consistently good in following the rules. And I told you specifically, if I was to let you go, the deal is that no social media, no Instagram, no YouTube, no rap music, no weed. I told you, get back in the porch. You need to disappear from social media. And so I think, Grandpa, are you here?
Yes, sir, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, there you are. I'm sorry
Yes,
you're in the
sir.
hospital. Are you okay, or is there something serious?
Well, due to the broken ribs, I had fluid collecting on my lungs because I couldn't breathe well, and they're doing some treatments and whatnot on me. I could be up here a few more days, but I'm recovering.
I'll tell you, when I saw you yesterday, you looked like I wouldn't have believed that you were in that much danger. So you were
Yeah.
pretty well.
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize it, but I was collecting fluid in my lungs, so they're taking care of it. I feel a little better today. Thank you.
Glad to hear that. Yeah, so Rodney, I told you, and you said you understood that you will stay off of social media. That's a fair deal. And you were on Instagram Live just within a couple hours of being released. So I don't know what part of our prior conversations, you don't think I'm a straight shooter, but I'm serious. When I say something, I'm serious about it. I will keep my word. And so when you go back in your end of the deal, it cancels the deal. Yes, Mr. Moore, do you have a question for me?
Yes, Your Honor. I know my grandson really messed up here, and I think he has a real addiction to social media. I think that's what that is. But he did not. He came home. He was obedient. He was compliant in every way. I mean, he really seemed intent on doing the right thing. Except for that, when I left, I guess he found some phone that he had stashed away and did his little thing. But I mean, I don't know what to say, Your Honor, but he really did was intent on doing the right thing as far as staying out of trouble and everything. But this is something else.
Yeah. So where did you get the black and mild from?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
You know, he has friends in the apartment. They could have come to the door or anything.
That's what I'm thinking. Rodney, you had a question for me?
Yes, sir. I really think I should just start I should just turn off the phone, give it to my papa, and just stop worrying about this stuff. Like, it's gotta take time just for this stuff to happen. But all I gotta do is just give my papa the phone that I hid and just stop doing this and then do what you told me.
Well, again, remember we've had conversations where I say that if you keep on lying to me at a certain point, I don't know when you're telling the truth.
Yes, sir.
Honestly, I don't know if you're telling the truth right now or not. Like, I don't even know. Before I would say, you would say something like that. I'm like, I believe that that's what you want. I just don't know if you're going to do it. Right now, I don't even believe that's what you want. I think you just want out of here so you can do your own thing and you don't care. Now, that being said, you know, the irony of all this is, Rodney, is you're saying all this FTK. You know, these are the exact same pods that TK stayed in. Came out of this court.
I didn't say FTK.
Yes,
I said FTK.
yes, you did. Don't lie to me. So, you know, but yeah, this is the same facility that TK was in before he went to adult court. So that's the irony of this all, is that you're starting this beef with somebody who was here just a couple of years ago. Anyways, so Rodney, I made a deal with you and I held up mine in the deal, even though I was hesitant. At this point, you know what happens. You have the rules, you break the rules, there's consequences. It's gonna be and when I told you this is gonna be like this all the way to your 19th birthday, I was serious about it too. It's gonna be like this all the way to your 19th birthday. So either you decide you're gonna live straight and do the right thing and stay out of here, or you're gonna do your own thing and just spend a lot of time in here. Yes, sir.
It is really I am going through a lot of stuff right now.
This is the problem, Rodney. You're 12 years old. You're not supposed to be going through a lot of stuff. Right now, you're supposed to be playing video games, playing some basketball, maybe talking to a couple girls. But, I mean, you're not supposed to be going through a lot of stuff. You're not supposed to have problems at 12 years old. Your biggest problem at 12 years old is who you're going to eat Thanksgiving dinner with, right? But if you refuse to act like you're 12 years old and keep on making adult decisions and ignoring the rules.
So just for anybody joining us, this is from 2020. This is an old case, but what happened here with little Rodney is that he was released. He then went on social media. Stay off social media component to parole, probation, or bond is actually fairly common, something that I've heard of before. Very difficult to enforce, very difficult to keep it going. But it is probably helpful. I'll be honest with you guys. Obviously, you know that I'm on the computer all the time. And so to people around me, it probably looks like I'm on social media all the time because I'm on my phone all the time. But really, I got off Facebook maybe 7 years ago. I have my Facebook because of it's got all old pictures on it. But I really found myself feeling sad when I would go look at other people's things. Didn't make me happy. It aggravated me. And I decided that I wasn't going to do it anymore. And most people, when I tell that to, they sort of don't believe me because it's very hard to stop. It's very addictive to scroll Instagram or Facebook or whatever. But good night, Denisha. Have a good night. But I did. And I use the computer freely, and oh, there's the cat. Anyways, I believe that this is a form of social media, but it's a little different. It's not quite as one-upping. But the reality is like, yeah. Anyways, I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, we all like fake internet points, as I give out fake internet points, right? Like, it's just something we all like. We like to be rewarded. Like, our brain works off of those mechanisms, especially if you might have some neurodivergence, which is pretty common, right? Anyways, let's continue. But regardless, what happened was Judge Kim let him out, and then he's reoffended, or he's gotten caught on social media. So Judge Kim, rather than a lot of other judges, he does do one thing that I have to give him some kudos for. He must have somebody at that office on Instagram all the time. Like, they literally monitor it, and they'll pull kids in after seeing stuff on there. So it's not even just snitching, they call it self-snitching. So yeah, it's 100% all about the dopamine. It's about the dopamine for these kids too. And this grandpa, what I want us to remember about grandpa when he's here is that his daughter had this child when she was super young, and the child's young. Like, he's really is like he is a father figure to him, and I can see how he's blinded by this kid, and wants him to do bad, but he's very manipulative, this kid. Anyways, let's continue watching. And again, if anybody's just joining, I am here. If you think that there's some crazy lady in the court, that's me. Yeah, you have to be very careful about breaking dopamine and how you get what the sex, drugs, and rock and roll are that are going to motivate people. The thing is, Jonathan, maybe the average person's like that, but as a person with ADHD, my dopamine centers are already broken. And so, no, you're not, Grace. But basically, you can look at it like, here's the thing. I'm very good at negative self-talk. What I have to learn to be good at is positive self-talk. And positive self-talk comes for some people normally. For me, it's very difficult to make myself believe that. That's why I need a room of approximately 42 people on the internet to hang out with me. Anyways, I'm going to go figure out how to add some points to everybody that's in the room right now. So stick around. I'm going to add 6,069, but give me a minute. But let's keep watching.
Rules of the court, then you don't get to make those decisions. The court makes those decisions for you, so you have no Thanksgiving with anybody, right? And that's just, if you want to grow up, I'm going to treat you like a grown-up. If you want to be a kid, I'll treat you like a kid. It's one or the other, right? So at this, and just let you know, your arson case and your injury to a child case, those aren't gone, right? I mean, you still have those pending. I was just letting you out while we resolve those cases to figure out what's going on, because I thought you had earned it. But you weren't even out for 24 hours. You were out for 19 hours, something like that. Yeah. Anyways, well, good decisions come from experience, and experience comes from bad decisions. And so hopefully this is an experience that you can make good decisions in the future. But we'll watch your behavior level. We'll see how it goes, and then we'll make a decision in the future. But for now, I'm keeping you in here.
All right.
All right. This is what happens when you went on Instagram right away. All right. Isaac Murray.
Can I be excused, Judge?
Yes, Mr. Spence, thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you need to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to let you go or keep you here. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. All right, so Isaac, you have never been here before. yesterday at about 3 o'clock. Police were this is the robbing the ice cream man.
Yes. This is the co-defendant.
Co-defendant on ice cream. All right. So that being said, I don't know. Do we have a parent here?
Yes, Your Honor, we should have a mom.
Mom here? Isaac, is your mom Miss Lewis?
No.
No?
That's
Okay, I don't think we have a parent here then.
We should have, I called her when she was on her way into JPD, and that was closer to 10 o'clock in the morning.
That's fine. We have Miss Keenan. Miss Keenan is your appointed attorney.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Is that mom coming in?
Yeah, Judge.
Yeah, Isaac.
Yeah, I heard my last name.
All right. Hello, Miss Murray.
It's Bustos.
Oh, Brousseau? Is that what you said?
Bustos?
Buscos. Okay. All right. So, Isaac, here's my thing. We have not met before, but I have this rule of thumb that whenever a child is brought in on a charge involving a gun, I always detain them. Because I do not believe children should be with firearms unsupervised. I'm a big proponent of the Second Amendment, but children don't qualify for that yet. So anytime a kid has a gun, I always tap the brakes, pause, make sure the situation is safe. My decision is about making sure that you are safe and the community is safe. And so not knowing who had the gun, there were 2 guns and 3 people. And so not knowing where you were, we're going to probably get the updated police report that will identify if you were in fact the person without the gun, then you have no history. There's a chance I'll release you. If you're the person with the gun, I'm going to hold you for a little while to make sure I feel comfortable about releasing you. Mom, I did want to ask, what are Isaac's grades like?
He's good.
What's good?
He's not A.
Okay, so what are his grades though?
He's 70, 80.
Okay, Mom, how is a 70 good?
It's not good.
Okay. See, and that's, you and I agree on that one. Okay, so Isaac, and that's one more thing. If you're not doing well in school, that tells me that your focus is not where it's supposed to be, which makes me hesitate about releasing you. What's his attendance like, Mom? Is he going in person or online?
He does virtual and online. And in school.
In school. Is he skipping school at all?
Not at all.
Not at all. So, okay, that's good. What are his friends like?
Well, the one that he was with the other day, he really doesn't have any friends. He has one friend named Mauricio that lives in Everman. He goes to school, and that's the only one that I really know of. The one down the street that he was with, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a problem. You make sure, the friends are what gets these kids in trouble, right? Okay, so at this point, Isaac, I'm detaining you. You're going to spend Thanksgiving here. We're going to watch. We'll see you at the 10-day detention hearing. We'll see what the police report says, and I'll make a decision whether to release you back to your mom or to keep you here. It really depends on what the report says. Okay?
And Your Honor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to add that we did receive a supplemental, and is indicating that the victim did identify through the clothing of the suspects. Also, the adult person was interviewed, and he did indicate that he was the one that drove the other subjects to the offense.
Okay. Do we know which ones had the gun? Were they identified by their gun?
That was not identified in that supplemental either.
So we'll wait for the other supplemental. That'll give us an idea. There are only 2 guns, so chances are one of the 3 is getting out. I just don't know which one yet, Isaac. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So what are they? Can they still
Ma'am? No, ma'am, I don't mind. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah. So what are they saying, that he robbed somebody at gunpoint?
Yeah, so there's an ice cream man and a gray Chevrolet pulled up. 2 people got out. Both of them pointed guns at him. One person stayed in the car, and one of them pistol whipped the ice cream man, stole $150, drove off. There was a witness who videoed it, and then the police pulled over probably about half a mile away. The driver stopped. 2 of the 3 ran, including your son. The other person stayed in the car. And so, even if your son did nothing wrong, the fact that he ran for the police does not bode well for him. That's not, he should have been like the other one, just been like, I did nothing wrong. I'm just sitting here. So, but my concern is, the big concern is, I'm always concerned when you run for the police, right? You shouldn't run. But my big concern is when kids are using guns in crimes.
Right.
That's a really big deal for me, because you and I both agree that a kid should not have guns unsupervised by adults.
Robbing, like he doesn't need to rob anybody.
Well, hopefully he doesn't rob anybody, right, at all. So we don't know. We only have the initial police report. We'll get the supplemental reports. They'll give us more information. I will let you know that if your son is actually the one that pistol whipped the ice cream man, then it's very unlikely they'll release him anytime soon. If it turns out that he was just a person in the car and the other two went out and did it, then things look much better for your son. Okay? It really just depends on what the witnesses say. Okay. Do you have any other questions for me, Mom? Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Aldo Solis.
That's it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Solis. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when kids brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We've appointed Mr. Berger as your attorney for today. So you're 15 years old. You have so many first-time offenders today, Stephanie. All right. So Fort Worth Police brought you in for aggravated family violence. They're saying yesterday about 5 o'clock. They were dispatched for domestic. Your 17-year-old brother said that he was driving down the road and you got mad because he would not stop at Starbucks. And so you punched your brother in the face, cutting him. You stopped the car. The two got into a fight. Then they stopped fighting. And then you said you were going to shank him. Then they continued home. When they got home, you pulled out a silver knife from your pocket and said you were going to shank him. Witness intervened. The police were called. Over Starbucks. All right, do we have a parent here?
No, Your Honor. Mother stated she wanted to be present, however, she had to work.
I understand. All right, Aldo. Here's the thing. I'm deeply concerned if I was to release you that you're just going to stab your brother. And so I need to keep you here to protect your family, your brother from you. Decisions have consequences, right? And so this is just a consequence of your decision. Whether you meant to or not, this is just where we're at. It is what it is. So Aldo, you'll be in here. We'll review your case. We'll decide whether it's safe to release you. But I'm going to let you know now, I can consider things like where your brother is in the home. There's a very good chance I will not release you unless there's another place that you can live. Because I don't want to put you back in home with your brother that you threatened to stab, you hit him unprovoked, and you also pulled out an actual knife. So just let you know, this is where I'm at. This is why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. Please make good decisions. Also want to let you know, since it's your first time here, if you're not level 1 outstanding, I'm not going to release you. Because that means if you can't be a level 1 outstanding here, you're not going to be level 1 outstanding at home. So I need to make sure you're going to follow the rules at home. The best way I can do that is see that you're following the rules here at Kimbo. So if you're going to cause problems here, then you're going to spend Thanksgiving here, Christmas here, New Year's here, your next birthday here, your next birthday here. You won't get out until you can show me you can behave. All right? That's what you have for you, Aldo. Yes.
Judge Kim, I'm sorry. I'm actually his attorney.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if you want to keep him the full 14 days or if we have a plan where he can go elsewhere and he's one outstanding prior to that.
But you don't have to have a detention hearing. Just come by the court and tell me what your plan is. And if JPD is on board with it, DA is not, these aren't adversarial, so they're not part of the process. It's not ex parte. Yeah, if JPD is comfortable with the plan and it's something that you think is reasonable.
Judge Kim, if you could just for a moment, I need to tell a story. I love you all. I think that everybody is so great to be here. You're all obviously OGs, the beginning of the foundation of this YouTube channel, and I'm so thankful for it. I had a funny story that I just remembered. Oh, I forgot it. That's the ADD for you. Well, sugar. The second I turn it back on, I will remember what it was, and I'll just come back on.
Reasonable for me, I'll consider it. We don't have to have a detention hearing until I actually release them.
Thank you, Judge.
I was gonna say, yeah, just run by the court if you're concerned about that, or if you have an idea. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. So at this point, I've concluded my portion of the detention hearing. Judge Porter is going to continue with the remainder of the detention hearings. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving, Judge Kim. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Jayvon, Marquez, Walton.
Yes, sir.
All right. How are you, Mr. Walton?
Great.
Mr. Walton, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Berger, he was here. He's still here. All right. The court has previously determined that probable cause exists to detain you. Dude, you cut off your monitor and gone for like 7.5 months. So, but you're level 1-0 in the back, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that mom in the parents' room?
How you doing? Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm okay. Mom, where was he 7.5 months? Or is this mom or grandmom?
Mother.
Okay, mother. Where was he for 7.5 months?
What it was that he was over there. I know her by Tootie. It's Jael mother. It was a possibility of his baby mama, mother-in-law. They the one that was harboring him over there for that long. We done sent the police out there multiple times. CPS done been out there, notified saying that he's out there and everything else. So I was aware of where his awareness was at. It's just I was waiting for him to do the right thing. But by them being in his ear and that girl being in his ear, it took so long for him to turn himself in. Because he would have been here a long time ago.
If it been up to you, yes.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I remember your face now that I've gotten to see you without the mask. I remember your face from last spring. He is level 1-0. What concerns me is that if I let him out, he's going to go back to the girlfriend.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
How are we gonna stop that? Hey, Jayvon, you don't want to say anything. Let your mom talk, okay?
If we could, we have been talking on the phone to see if we can get him on the monitor till his next court date. For 2, I have relocated. I don't stay in the vicinity of Fort Worth area no more. I stay in Grand Prairie.
Okay. Mr. Berger, help me out.
Judge, I think that could work. We're not set till December 11th, and I understand that there's an MHMR component to this case, and I definitely would like to have a look at what that says. It seems to me that mom, if he's at home and he's on an EM, I think he might be able to at least get to the next hearing and show that he's capable of following the rules.
All right. I'm going to take a brief recess. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, y'all, just to jump in while Judge Porter's taking his brief recess. No, Judge, no, not done yet. Please, sir. Sir, do not make me send you to a private internet chat room. Okay? Okay, so my major amazing plan to have you all comment on the video isn't gonna work because it's still live, but we'll do it after. I love seeing channels grow. YouTube is infinite for channels to be what they are, and what the algorithm thrives on is this kind of stuff, like actual engagement, where you guys are really engaging with me and I'm really talking to you, and that's what I really enjoy about it. So, I love being on the ground floor of some of those things. You guys are all going to be there, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to commemorate that. Now, this kid has a baby mama. This is a great reminder we need to talk with kids about birth control. I know that it might be uncomfortable, but you just have to do it. You have to. I'm sorry. And I think that it's important to do it even younger. Golden spatulas, I like that a lot. Thank you for being first time here. Make sure you subscribe. I'm so close to 1,000. You're gonna be on the OG list. Anyways, people that are new here, feel free to ask any questions. I try and answer them. I'm Canadian, but I watch all US court. I love your drama. Oh my gosh. Every day. But the reason I say that is because like I had a kid when I got pregnant when I was 19, but I was 20 when she was born, which in my experience is young. It's hard. It makes things harder. Now I went and I became a mom, a mommy group. Like I started a mommy group. We started with 5 local moms. We ended up with 5,000 or 500 local moms in my area. This was 15 years ago. So, and I'm not saying that you should trust if somebody says they take birth control. That's not, you absolutely need to be protective against STIs as well. That goes for guys and girls. It doesn't matter which gender you're being with. You need to protect yourself, and that comes as a form of respect for yourself. And let me just tell you something. I have literally had situations before where I have been like I think most women can talk to you about times they've been pressured into doing something without protection or tried to be pressured into that. And I'm here to tell you that you're allowed to use your words and figure it out. And all these conversations that you have to have, uncomfortable as they are the ones that you have beforehand so that you can have really great, fun adult experiences together. And doing this kind of talk and breakdown beforehand is what gives you that ability. Now, if you're too young to afford condoms, you can go to many places and get them for free. You could go to your school nurse. I imagine even in an elementary school, they would have condoms. You can go to a sexual health center. You can go to, you know, many different so like I had a kid. It was great for energy level, but it's not easy to do. Hi Georgia Peach. Hi everybody that's coming in. I think that sometimes parents just wish that the one conversation they have with a kid where they tell them that you cannot get you know you can't have sex and don't get pregnant, like that's not the that's not the one that's going to work. So you you have to I honestly think that there's a market for a sex ed program that is sexy enough and exciting enough to engage kids, but also informative and properly developed, where they come out of it actually knowing more than they did and having real questions answered. It's hard. This is difficult for a lot of different generations to deal with, and I understand it. But what I used to, I'm super fun at a party, by the way. I used to tell parents, if your kid has a phone at 10 years old, they've probably already watched porn. And that's the reality of porn. Sorry. Anyways, let's continue with Judge Kim. And you guys are hilarious. I love having you all in the chat. We are definitely going to make some sort of badge for the OG KCC people. Your teacher put one on a cucumber. We had somebody put one on a banana. There was also a wooden device called Woody. But also yeah, I mean, there's many stories. My dad will be coming on the show back in or in August when he comes to visit me, and he was a jail guard in a juvenile detention center, and he has some crazy stories to tell. Some people use jalapeno. Never do that. Don't do that. Anyways, let's continue on. Um,
Okay.
Also, Your Honor, I can also do a follow-up on him for his MHMR. I'm going through it myself right now, so I know where to go and everything else.
Have you already hooked up with the office out in out your way where you're living now?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Do you know the address and everything?
Yes, sir, I have. The community service lady, she has my new address.
Okay. And you have her phone number and you have her address at the office?
Yes, sir.
No, Ms. Chapel, he was asking you about the MHMR.
Oh, yes, I can go. I have the number and everything from where I had to go through it myself. So I can take him to the one that's, I think it's out there in Bedford. I can schedule an appointment ASAP today to see if we can get him in to get him evaluated. And then from there, I just moved to Grand Prairie, so I don't know the MHMR office around there, but I know there's one over there off of Circle Drive. And that's the one that I'm going to right now.
Mr. Bose, what concerns do you have? Because you've worked with Jayvon just a little bit longer. I remember from this past spring, though, a little bit about the family. Do you have any concerns?
It was just him absconding and being with, at the time, the
girlfriend.
Maybe if he cannot have any contact with her, which is one of my recommendations later down the road, but folks,
yes,
health is something that we can work on for now.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Jayvon, I think for right now, and while it's real important that you get to know your kid, right now, you don't need to be in the same room with your kid's mother, okay?
Yeah.
Or any of her family, just for right now, because when that happens, bad things happen.
Am I allowed to say something?
You really don't want to. I don't think Mr. Berger wants you to say anything right now because I don't think there's anything you can say that's going to help you.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct, Mr. Berger?
You're muted, Mr. Berger.
He may be frozen.
Sorry, Judge, I'm muted. Yeah, I don't want Jayvon to say anything.
Mr. Bose, what's his ex-girlfriend's name?
Jael, I'm not sure of the last name.
Mac, M-A-C-K.
Okay, Jael.
M-A-K?
C-K.
M-A-C-K.
Okay. Jayvon, you have been level 1-0 for, 12 days. I think you need to be rewarded for that, but don't burn me this time. Okay, you burned me last time because I think I'm the one that let you out last time. And I said, don't burn me, and you burned me. Don't do it again. No contact with your girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, okay, until further approval by me or Judge Kim or your JPO. Now, here's my goal, though. That is just temporary. Eventually, I want to get up to a place where you have proven to me that I can trust you again.
Yes,
and then what I'll try and work with Mr. Bose on is setting up a neutral visitation site where you get to visit with your kid. Okay? But you got to earn that with me because you burned me by running off for 7.5 months where I didn't know where you were. Okay?
Sir, I got you.
You have to live with mom. You have to maintain level 1.0 for mom.
Yes,
And you can't cut off your EM again. If you cut off your EM this time, we're done. There's nothing else that I can help you with. Okay? But I'm taking a leap of faith that you're not going to burn me again.
yes, sir.
Am I making the wrong decision?
No, sir.
All right.
Is the judge making the wrong decision? Let me know in the chat. I have a bad feeling about this one. Judge Kim is usually very strict. He was gone for 7.5 months. Usually doesn't Judge Kim double it? He's like, double it and give it to the next person. But no, seriously, like if you burn him, he usually makes you stay 1-0 for that amount of time. I think this kid needed more than 12 days on level 1-0. That's my opinion, but let's see.
That'll be the order of the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Porter.
Thanks, Mom. Good to see you again.
I see you too. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you. All right, Quintis, Dante, Collier.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Collier, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good, good. Everything going okay for you in the back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Collier, my name's Andy. My name is Judge Porter. Law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Adeniji, is here. And we are just waiting for you to wait out your transfer to Woodward Academy, right?
I think so. Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, that's it. So if I were to release you today, you'd have to come back into detention for a whole additional 2 weeks to start that quarantine period, and that delays it. I don't want to put you through that. All right? So I'm going to go ahead and order you be detained.
I was trying to avoid this before you say that. The mom asked me, and I think she should be on the Zoom, if you let him go on for Thanksgiving.
I can't. That would start the quarantine period all over again.
Your Honor, I would have no problem doing it.
I appreciate that, but I have to be
because George, the last time the promise was to consider him for release
anyway.
Maintains level 1 outstanding, and he's done that for a period now.
I appreciate that, but I'm the one that has to kind of be detached from the situation, and I have to do what's going to be in his best interest. And if delaying him getting to his placement by 2 weeks hurts him, even to the possibility that he might lose that placement to somebody else, that's not in his best interest. And I've got to make the call that's in his best interest. So as much as I would like to be able to let him go home, it's not in his best interest. So I got to order that he be detained. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Heaven Garcia.
Oh, here's a little piece of advice for, oh, fuck, look at that. My little box got out of the way. So a little piece of, fuck, no, I can't forget again. Damn it. Why can't I remember anything today? God damn it. This ADHD just in its glory.
All right. Are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia.
Advice, yes. Thank you so much, you guys. I love you for reminding me. Little piece of advice for you. that I have learned over the years, especially being in my mommy group. So there's two things that I want to tell people that are maybe going to have a kid. Firstly, if you really like a name that you have for your kid, you shouldn't tell anybody that name until after your child is born and you've named them, because there's an obligatory fakeness that people have to use once the child is arrived. Does not exist when the child is not there, and you might find your feelings hurt quite a bit when you come to your best friend or your family and explain this perfect name and they rip it apart. So the first lesson is, don't tell anybody. If you're happy with it, keep it to yourself and don't bother asking anybody's opinion, and wait till the baby's born and you're good. However, if you are a little unsure, if you're thinking to yourself, is this the name? Is this my baby? I want you to go to the busiest place in your town, park, a mall, a square, and you need to go to that area and you need to, at the top of your lungs, scream that baby's name. And if you feel dumb doing that, you need to not name your kid that, because you're going to be doing that a lot. And if people look at you like you're a freak, again, these are all signs that maybe that's not the perfect name. Okay? Anyways, let's continue on. That was my advice, though, for naming your kid or helping people with names. If you don't care and you want firstly, the lesson is name your kid whatever you want. That's what's most important, and you do that. But if you actually want advice, don't ask for advice like that. Go get yourself some fucking market research. Tell you that.
We've met before. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. You've been level 1-0 since the 21st. However, given your history with the electronic monitor, I am certain that if I were to remove you to allow you to go home today, you'd remove the electronic monitor, you'd be in hiding, we wouldn't be able to find you, and you'd abscond from the jurisdiction of the court. So I'm going to order that you be detained. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dodson. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you, sir.
All right, Terry, Eric, is Randy Bowers here? Because... Wait, I skipped one. I apologize, everybody. Let's go back and do Deja, Huey. I apologize, y'all. Okay. Miss Huey here? There she is. All right. Good morning, Miss Huey. How are you?
Good.
All right, we've met before. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Brian Willett, is here. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to detain you, so I won't go into the reason why you're brought in here, but Deja.
Sir?
What happened? You failed to level 3. What happened?
Mad at people, getting in arguments with peers.
What happens when you get mad at people in the back? What happens to your level?
It drops.
And what happens if your level drops?
Mm-hmm.
You're not eligible to be released, right? So what do I have to do today?
Judge, just the advisor says she's a level 2-0.
Okay. My information said she was a 3. Okay, that's better.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I believe she's set for long-term placement on Monday. So I don't think you were going to let her out anyway, obviously for the same reason as the last case, but we've already got something set up, and I think her cases are going to end up, if I've got this right, are going to end up being dismissed once she enters into that placement, is what I understand from Andy. So.
All right. Well, then, Deja, I will order you be detained today. I hope everything works out for you on Monday. Thank you, Mr. Willett.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor.
Terry Eric, and this is Miss Peters. Have you read the report that came back from the doctor without saying any more than that?
Yes, Your Honor. It's pretty lengthy.
Okay. I have not seen it. Do we think we're now going to be able to go forward, or are we still at a pause?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that kills me. Okay.
But I've referred it to both Janet and Ms. Bowers. I've sent it to them. We have court set, but I know they're going to have to do whatever they do.
Okay.
Mom is here.
Okay, that was my next question. Hi, Mom. How are you doing?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Berger, do you mind filling in real quick for Miss Bowers?
Not a problem, Judge.
Thank you. Where is Terry? There he is. All right. Hey, Mr. Eric, how are you doing?
Good.
I'm okay. How's your arm doing?
Good.
All right. My name is Judge Porter. We've met before. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is a 10-day hearing to determine if you should be released to a parent or guardian. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And Ms. Bowers isn't here today, so I'm going to appoint Mike Berger to be your attorney during this hearing. Do you see Mr. Berger on the screen? He's got a green shirt.
Yes.
Okay. Your hair has gotten a little longer since I last saw you.
Yes, sir.
You had it cropped shorter last time.
Yes, sir.
So let me talk to Mom if I could real quick. Mom, what are your thoughts on how things are going?
Boys being in here.
Oh.
If you could, can you pull a little closer to the computer for me? Thank you. Well,
Progress from probably being in here. Maybe.
have you had a chance to talk to Terry while he's been in detention?
Talk to him almost every day, every other day.
How's that going?
It's going pretty good.
Okay. Ms. Peters, has he been going? Has MHMR been coming here, or has he been going to MHMR?
MHMR has been coming here. Now, after he had this last psych, I'm not sure if they've been since the last psych.
Okay.
Which was last Friday.
Okay. What has his levels been in the back? I know he's 1.0 now.
They've been fluctuating between 1 and 2 and sometimes 3. They'll go up and then they'll come back down.
Have we figured out what triggers a level 3?
Your Honor, can I look real fast?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because if he has a trigger,
it's a lot. It's mostly non-compliance issue. They're disrespectful to staff or just argumentative, talking back.
Terry, how are you doing in school in the back?
I'm doing good. I go to school every day.
Okay, and tell me what doing good means.
Like I'm passing class.
Okay, and passing with like a 71 or passing with like an 85?
I make like 80s, or sometimes I make a 75 or a 70.
Okay, what's your worst class?
Like like a 60.
No, but what subject?
I think it's math.
Okay, and what's your best class?
My best class is I can't think.
That's okay, take your time. What class do you like best?
Reading.
Okay.
Hey, can I talk to him real quick?
No, you stay with us real quick, okay? Mom, what are your thoughts about whether Terry should go home today or not?
I think he should go home today.
Pardon?
I think he should go home today.
Okay. Have you been working with the people at MHMR?
No, they just work with Terry. I guess.
Okay.
The case that he called, whatever. But they call me. They do keep me updated on what's going on. The lady.
Okay. Have they suggested things that you can do in the home to help Terry once he eventually comes home?
Yeah, but I think they was waiting for I guess they have to wait till everything is over with, I guess, so they can. I don't know how it worked. Terry was already he was already with MHR. I think he just needed to be on some type of medication, and he didn't want to be on that medicine.
Okay.
I think that was the biggest problem, trying to get him on the medication so he can get better.
Miss Peters, you understand my struggle here?
I do, Your Honor.
And I know Miss Bowers had a handle on all of the permutations.
She did.
This case has ambled along. And so Mr. Berger's working in a vacuum here. And we're trying to dance around a lot of the issues.
I think if you give him a chance, I really think he'll do what he's supposed to do. I don't think he'll get in trouble in the future. I really think that he'll do like he's supposed to do.
Do you think can you promise the court you'll get him back to court when he's supposed to come to court?
Yes, I always, when somebody comes, he gets mad because he can't get time out. He'll just get mad. He'll just leave. He take the month off. But I worked day and night looking for him. And I also kept in contact with her, letting her know. But kids, the kids he was with, I guess their parents didn't care about him being over to their house or not. But I don't think you'll have that problem out of him. I think he'll be okay. I don't think he'll do anything else to get back in her anymore.
Well, but what I'm concerned with is two things. Are you going to be able to get him to his MHMR appointments, and can we make sure that he doesn't cut off his EM this time?
Yes, if he have MHMR appointment, yes.
Okay. Will you work with Ms. Peters and Ms. Bowers in making sure that he gets those MHMR appointments and goes?
Yes, sir. Yes, I sure.
Ms. Peters?
Your Honor. Your Honor, can I ask you if he does go home, just to make sure to court him to tell him he needs to take his meds?
Yeah. Terry, you understand that taking your meds is really not optional right now, okay?
I take it every day. I'm taking it every day.
Well, I know you take them in the back, but I need you to also take them when you go home with your mom.
Yeah, I take them at home too.
Okay. Ms. Peters, do you think this can work this time? Has Terry gotten to a place where he's going to be okay?
I hope so.
Okay.
I've been here long enough that it may sink in a little bit more.
Okay. Terry, I'm gonna go ahead and authorize you to get to go home for Thanksgiving.
Hey, thank you. Please.
But that is conditioned on you have to wear the electronic monitor, and you have to take your meds, and you have to go to your MHMR appointments that everybody sets up for you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If you cut off the monitor, you're just going to be back here again, and I don't want that. I want you to be home, living with your mom, and taking care of your mom, and y'all taking care of each other. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you do that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you, Ms. Peters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. I really appreciate your help. Thank you, Mr. Berger.
Thank you, Judge.
MHMR stands for mental health. It's like a community resource group for mental health outreach in Texas. Also, thank you for sharing. I totally understand that, you guys, these are our people. I think it would even help if we shared my stuff amongst each other, even though we all know about it already, algorithmically. But I don't need or ask you guys necessarily to share with, like, you know, your family or like real life people that aren't into court, because I get it. They look at you strange. I get looked at so strange when I'm like, oh my God, you've got to check this video out. And I'm like howling, laughing, and they just are like, whatever, lady. Like, I do not find it funny. So please don't feel bad. But you know what? Like, if we share amongst this group, and I like to share my passions too, but I just understand that a lot of us might be the anomalies of our groups that love this stuff. And so I appreciate it, but yeah. Oh, my whole family thinks I am insane. And my Nana, first of all, she came up to me today and she goes, "So you cook? Is it like a show?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she said, your little thing you do in here." And I was like, "It's been 94 episodes, Nana, but yeah, I've been known to cook a little bit and watch some court." Anyways. Oh, do you think that Judge Porter made the right choice there, letting that kid go home for Thanksgiving? I think Judge Porter is a softie. I know. Honestly, I feel you guys. Most people don't think it's funny. They don't get it. My sister, I remember one time I told my sister, like, I was like, "You've got to listen to this." And she was literally like, "I don't want to." And it was one of the ones, I still giggle about this one. It was the guy, he was in front of the judge and he was convinced it was a civil matter, but it wasn't because he was in jail. And she just kept telling him, like, "Sir, this is not a civil matter." And he just kept telling her it was a civil matter. I think it was on Old Squishy Gardener. Anyways, I probably cried a lot. Oh, I gossip about this too. I'm definitely a court addict. That's okay. What we can do is you can tell them that you're going to meetings now for your court addiction, but that's here to watch more court. But we don't have to tell them that. We're working on our problems. Um, anyways, let's continue with what we've got. And like seriously, I remember just so laughing at that. Sometimes, and what I realize now is like what is funny to us because we watch it so much is not funny to the average person. The average person has absolutely no basis for the knowledge of court to know that the things are funny or abnormal or weird. They're just like, especially, I mean, the short clips are one thing, but like the long things, even more. Anyways, if you're lurking, by the way, hi. It's okay. We don't bite too much. You can come and say hi, and I promise we'll be nice. Let's continue watching. You guys, I have like over 1,000 YouTube channel subscriptions on my personal channel, like my personal account. And I watch only YouTube. I don't watch any more TV. I don't do anything like that. And so I have a lot of weird little rabbit holes I've been down. And if you ever have a question, I can always almost point you in the direction of like a YouTuber that could probably figure that out. Anyways, I've said it 4 times and I'll say it again. Let's keep going.
I'll be right back, everybody.
Judge Porter, seriously, like I just finished talking and now you walk away. Mayor, do you ever watch Alone? The TV show Alone, where they drop people off in the wilderness? That TV show was filmed on an island where I live. Yeah, I love LawTube as well. Like, I used to have a pretty strict rule. Like, during the day, I would only watch live courts that would go away. And then in the evening, I would catch up with all different law channels on the courts that I knew they were going to get, just so that I could be caught up. But, like, there's an addiction to live court where, especially when there's chat. Chef's kiss. It is like delightful. Look at them. I'm just flipping back and forth here. This is why I would love being in a Zoom call, but it is difficult.
Thank you, everybody. All right. Yvette Moore. Okay. Mr. Moore, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, better than I deserve. Mr. Moore, the law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney is here. All right. Is grandmother here?
Yes, sir. Labeled Deborah Simmons.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm here.
All right. Hi, Miss Simmons. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, better than I deserve. That's for sure.
Blessed.
All right. Miss Simmons, Mr. Nava, well, the court has previously determined the probable cause exists to detain you, so the court won't go into why you were initially detained. But Mr. Nava has let me know, grandmother, that you want Mr. Moore to come home. Is that correct?
No, that is not.
No, it is not.
That was
Okay.
a typo on my part.
Pardon?
That was a typo on my part. I apologize.
All right. Tell me why not, grandmother.
You gotta fuck off right now. Mr. Nava, that's quite a typo. And Rachel, I absolutely watch a lot of primate content on YouTube. Also, I'm afraid of snakes, and I used to be obsessed with reptile YouTube. Gone through there. A lot. One of my favorites is Post 10, which is just draining clogged culverts. Yeah, you heard that right. One of the most peaceful, beautiful channels out there. The man is such a genuine soul. I love it. I love it. But seriously, this is a fucking hell of a typo. Okay. Oh, I talk out loud all the time. You guys don't even hear it half the time because I've got it muted so you can enjoy the actual court. But I'm like yelling. That's why I have the red flag because I'm like, oh, yes, sidewalk cleaning. I love people that clean lawns, clean houses. Oh my God, love it all.
Devin is too many problems. He's on drugs. He goes in and out. He steals from me. He's angry. You know, things that make him angry. I hit a wall last time. He did go outside and hit the brick. But Devin hit his sister last year, and CPS said he couldn't stay here. So they moved him. We did a power of attorney with his uncle in Illinois. He was having seizures and crying and stuff like that. So they asked me, could he come here for a visit? When he came for the visit, he just refused to leave. He does not respect me. He does not respect my rules. He does not go to school, not even online. I put him in therapy. The last 2 sessions, he disappeared. And I had the therapist come into the house. I got him in a program where the therapist can come here. And he's just not complying on anything. He says he wants to just smoke pot. That's what he lives for. And he steals money to do it. He steals from me, my 13-year-old granddaughter, my debit card. Nothing is safe. He's stolen my car like 3 different times. Damage was done to it. Nothing was done to him. Even though 7-Eleven had pictures of him, and the police came here because they had my license plate, but I had reported the car stolen. David is trouble. I want no part of him here. Him nor his friends.
All right, Harmony, what are your thoughts? After being bulldozed.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My heart is hurting. My heart is hurting. And he needs help.
I understand that. Your Honor, all I know is that so the original case that I believe Judge Kim was concerned about has been rejected, the theft of a firearm case.
Yes.
So he still has those other 2 pending cases. He is at a level 1, and I know if he can't go back to live with Ms. Simmons, then his only option is to go back to Illinois, where I believe they do want him back. But I don't know if the court is ready to let him go. We do have a pending hearing on the 16th.
All right. Mr. Moore, the best thing you can do is to maintain level 1-0. That puts your attorney in the best possible position to argue for the best possible outcome for you. If you're level 3 in the back, or even level 2, that makes her job so much harder. So you want to maintain that level 1-0 in the back. As for right now, I don't have an appropriate person to release you to. And based on what your grandmother told me, even if I were to release you right now, you wouldn't obey their rules. So I've got to order that you be detained. That's going to be the order of the court. Thank you. All right.
How long will he be detained?
Well, we'll have another hearing in 10 days, 10 business days.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Nathaniel Santiago Pena. And Mr. Houston, the grand jury approved a determinate sentence petition. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Pena, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. The court has previously determined that probable cause exists to detain you, and so the court will not go into the reason for that underlying detention. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Houston, is here. You're level 1-0. You have been since the 8th. However, the underlying facts of this offense are too serious right now that I can authorize your release. I believe that if I were to release you, based on these facts, you would still be a danger to yourself or to the community. And so on that basis, I'm going to order that you be detained. Thank you, Mr. Pena. That will be the order of the court.
Charlie.
Be right back, everybody.
Oh, yeah. I watch lots of animal live streams, guys. No shame in that. Rachel, go ahead. Judge Kim or Judge Porter just walked away, so you got some time.
All right, Victor Rios. Hello, Mr. Rios. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Mr. Rios, my name.
Oh, also, guys, the behavior panel, absolutely. Dr. Grande soothes my soul with his absolutely scathingly delivered sarcastic one-liners about cases. Oh, that is like, I love it. Yeah, honestly, I love YouTube though. The reality is also, I watch a channel called Fluctus, Fulctus, which is all about Dr. Grande's voice. I know. So amazing. When I'm like going through a hard time, I'm like just binging Dr. Grande stuff. I'm like, tell me about the people that have got stuff wrong with them, Dr. Grande. Tell me about it. Just make me better. I also like Psychology in Seattle. He's great. I've talked with Kirk before. Homesteading channels. Oh my God. 100% got those. Also, one of my favorites is called, I'm gonna put this back on, guys, but seriously, what's her channel called? Jamaril Stewart. She has like 10 kids and she does big batch cooking. Love it. Yeah. Oh, scamming the scammers. Yes. Again, I think we all like some of these same things. I think we all like the dopamine that we get from it, guys. But I love hearing about it. I'm going to start taking a list. And I've also mentioned like about, I guess it's now like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, I got obsessed with Scientology. And at first I was like, oh my God, I like sort of want to try Scientology. But then I realized very quickly, like, oh, that's not a good idea. And then I got obsessed with dismantling Scientology if I could try. So I like spent my evenings searching Craigslist for their sneaky ads where they would advertise things like, are you lonely? Do you want someone to talk to? Give this number a phone call. But what I did was I like cross-referenced all the phone numbers that they could do. So I never went near an org or anything like that. But what I would do is report all of their ads on a regular basis. I had a separate area. Like I was in charge of a zone of the country. Anyways, that was my original knee rack behavior.
My name is Judge Porter. Why do I think we've met before?
I don't know.
Okay. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct such to warrant your detention, most specifically for burglary of habitation and possibly a theft of an AR-15. You've been level 1-0 for the last 4 days. So, Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I thought I was on mute. Sorry, Judge. Judge, if I could ask the mom some questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, the first question is,
do y'all remember the pink eye incident? Is this the pink eye incident? Let's see what happens here. My fucking cat. I'm coming, Ika.
do you work?
Yeah, sometimes.
So do you want your son to come home today?
Yes.
And Judge Porter's going to want to know the level of supervision. So who would be at home to make sure he's behaving properly.
It's gonna be well. I'm not working that much, so it's gonna be me and my sister.
How old is your sister?
22.
And who lives in the house?
His sons. His sons are like 25 and 24.
Whose sons?
My sisters and mine.
Oh, so there's 4 of you that live in the house?
Well, counting my kids.
All right. I'm not being clear.
Yes,
Who lives in your house, ma'am?
My sister has 4 kids, and I have my kids.
Okay. So between all of, and are any of the kids have any kind of criminal history or criminal activity Judge Porter needs to be worried about?
No.
And do you want your son to come home on the electronic monitor? Does he have runaway problems?
No.
So do you want him on the electronic monitor, or do you just want him to come home and he's basically a good kid except for these charges?
Yes.
He behaves and respects you? Ma'am?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Mr. Rios, the one great thing about having a mom in your life that cares about you as much as yours obviously does is that no matter what, she's always going to be there for you. No matter what. And you're very lucky to have a parent like her. That's the good news. The bad news is you've got a judge who can step back from the emotional situation and evaluate the facts on an objective basis. Breaking into somebody's house, allegedly, stealing an Xbox and a firearm, especially an AR-15, is very, very concerning. It also, some of the information in the police report suggests that maybe that this was a crime of opportunity, that y'all were waiting for the homeowner to leave. And once you saw her absence, you took advantage of that opportunity. Additionally, we've got a suggestion in the police report that guns were being thrown out the window while the police were chasing y'all. And one of those guns was never recovered. So possibly there's a gun out there in the hands of a 7-year-old kid that could end up hurting somebody else. Those are all facts that are very, very scary to me. And while you've been level 1-0 for 4 days, that's not enough to convince me yet that if I were to release you, you would not be a danger to yourself or others. So on that basis, Mr. Rios, I'm going to order your continued detention. We'll have another hearing in 10 days. Thank you, sir.
I never went to level 2. I only went to 1A because I took too long on a phone call.
Thank you, sir.
You're not helping yourself, buddy. Thank you, Judge.
Xander James Thomas. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adeniji, he's still here. Let's get him started.
You guys, we've seen these people before. I'm remembering them. The mom and the dad were both there. Mom was sitting at a table. They can't keep him in. Dad sort of threw him under the bus. Let's see here. That's what I recall. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the dad there. And and also, yes, Mr. Nava's poster says, I want to believe. I've mentioned that before. I find it hilarious. It's like he went to a discount store to buy the motivational poster, and they were like, yeah, here's the sort of motivational posters for probation officers.
Can you come back? There we go.
I never left, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, you also have the right to remain silent. The court has previously determined that probable cause exists to detain you, so I won't go into the basis of why you were initially brought into detention. But let's talk about your level in the back, Mr. Thomas. It's level 2A, right? What is it?
I should be a 1-0 today. Yesterday I was 1A.
Okay.
I've been 1-0.
Ms. Blair, what does your information indicate?
And I'm sorry, I'm just seeing this right now. If there is absolutely the possibility that somebody in here is not subscribed already to the Credence and Mikey channel with We Gotta Chase and We Got a Case, like those guys are the OG that I absolutely fangirl over them and I hang out there all the time. So Credence and Mikey, We Gotta Chase, those are absolute must have subscriptions as well as time served, obviously, and looking at legal stuff. Those are my babies, just like you guys. So please, if you're not already subbed to them, that is like an immediate must go do right now. Please.
My information indicates level 2 acceptable. He was last on level 1 outstanding on November 23rd, and then on the 24th, he was on level 1 acceptable for slow to comply, talking and making noise in the cafe. And then today it states level 2 acceptable for not following instructions, slow to comply.
Mr. Adenishi, what are your thoughts?
I leave the court with the discretion.
All right.
But the
Thomas.
dad is here. I've been wanting to talk to the judge too.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
Mom's here too.
Oh, Mr. Walensky. So, what are your thoughts?
Judge, I'm going to let you make the call on this one.
Well, you heard Miss Blair. He's Xander's not really following the rules like he's supposed to be in the back. And if he's not following our rules, I'm not sure he's going to follow your rules too.
I think his mom is here too. You might want to talk with her as well.
Her video's not on, Judge. It's Helen Nicolo.
Correct. Ms. Nicolo? You're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, there. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
The information that we have is that Xander still cannot follow the rules in the back. And so right now, because I don't think he can follow the rules in the back, I don't think he'll follow your rules or Dad's rules at home. Xander, put your hand down. So what are your thoughts, Mom?
Well, I just think that you're right. I mean, I don't think he's been there long enough to really think about what's going on here. I just think he's just playing the game and going along with it. I mean, he took the monitor off of his foot. You know, he makes promises he does not keep. He doesn't want to go to school. He wants to do it online. He's having issues in the school. So the only way he is going to school is by being there. I mean, I don't know what much more that I could do to get him to realize that, you know, this isn't a game.
Mom, you are exactly right. Dad, you're exactly right too. Because I can look behind your eyes. I can read what you're thinking. You're exactly right too. Xander, it's not a game.
My arms are
and you are going to go to school one way or another. You can either do it in the free world or you can do it back in detention. For the next 10 days, you're going to get to do it back in detention. All right, that's going to be the order of the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We need to stop the live stream of YouTube. Judge Kim?
Maybe you do, Judge Porter, but we're not stopping that. Good night to all my East Coast friends. I will be on tomorrow for a special stream, hoping and praying that it might coincide with a 1,000 subscribers. I don't want to wish that and then jinx it, but I've got a little bit of a plan for tomorrow. So, but everybody who's here, I know you all, some of you can't sleep, some of you can. There's no sleep shaming here, so you can always come and stay. I'm not going anywhere, just so y'all know. If you want to leave, you totally can, but you don't have to, because it's only 9 o'clock where I am. And it's only 8 o'clock where Amy is, so we're still got a long night. Right, Amy? I've said this before, I'll say it again as they trickle in. I believe that what Zoom court should have done. Oh, there's the cat. Hi, Ika. Hi, Ika. Anyway, I believe what Zoom court should do is have people call in properly. They would go into a room where they would be required to properly turn on and off their video, mute and unmute. They would be reminded of proper etiquette for court, and they would be just like admonished, just like a sign in the courthouse whenever you walk into the courthouse, and you'll see this sign that says, please remember all these rules. She's eating them. And I also think the judges' square should be kept bigger and stationary. I think like there should be a set format for the Zoom platform so that every room sort of looks the same. I would be like, a bigger box for the judge, maybe circled in a different color. And like the reason that a lot of judges don't like online Zoom court is because a lot of the deference that they were normally given has been eliminated. And I think that you can get that back if you treat it a little bit differently. This is not your average Zoom meeting, just like going to court is not your average thing. And so I think that it warrants having some special setup. And the thing is, yeah, it would get old for the person doing it, but I think that it would be better for the judges. I know I do need my name in the bottom of the window. But every time I try and change something like that, shit. Look how I picked that up somehow. Like a presenter box, exactly. Also, Bluebell is not here today. No. But she was here yesterday. So cute. Oh, look at them all coming in. I'll fast forward a little bit to bring you to the Also, can you hear my coffee machine percolating? It keeps moving. Oh, there's Uncle Trent down there. This lady's chewing gum right above me here.
Good morning, everyone. This is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Monday, November 30th, 2020. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court emergency order related to coronavirus number 29, we are not conducting in-person court proceedings, but we are proceeding remotely through Zoom. However, to comply with the Texas Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. No portion of this court setting may be recorded or published. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. The court does expect everyone attending this to behave appropriately for a court setting, even though we are remote. That means nobody should be in bed, in pajamas, moving around, driving, have children screaming in the background, or domesticated animals going across the screen, or from the bathroom. Yes, all this has happened in the past. All right, so let's go ahead and start with, I think we have one. We're going to go out of order. I know that the sheriff brought Mr. Harris in custody. I know he's tying up an off deputy, so we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, and so I need to review your case, decide whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. All right, Mr. Harris, you were on probation for aggravated robbery. You absconded. And while you were on abscond status, you were arrested as an adult for unlawfully carrying a weapon, assault bodily injury of a family member, and theft of a firearm. We issued a warrant for you. You failed to report in August. So I'm concerned that if I let you go, then you would just not appear for court. And so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I don't know what the status on your adult cases are. Good luck with those. You're almost 18 years old. So, all right, Mr. Harris, thank you very much. Deputy, thank you very much for bringing this inmate. You have a happy day. Tiana Burnside.
Hey, Judge Kim.
Yes.
So we have a little situation. Miss Burnside is refusing to come to court. She's in her room and she's in quarantine. So I'm not sure if you would like me to bring the laptop to her.
Yeah, go ahead and bring the laptop to her. We'll do the other one while we're waiting for you to do that. We've got a big docket today.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Kaylee Carlock. I'm sorry? Off the docket. Okay. Then we have Lexia Durkee. Hello, Lexi. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I've decided to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So, all right, Lexi, you're 15 years old. You were here April of last year for assaulting a peace officer or a judge, and you received probation. And while you're on probation, no, I guess you discharged from probation in. Hold on, Miss Blair, is she still on probation or did she discharge?
She completed it in November. She's not on probation. She actually completed it in November 14th.
Okay.
Judge
So she just finished probation then?
Correct.
This is Kaylee Carlock.
Who's talking?
This is Kaylee Carlock, the young lady.
Oh, Kaylee Carlock, she was removed from the docket.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Who am I looking at? Oh.
Everyone's late today.
So, for those of you who have been here the whole time or quite a while, approximately 2 hours ago, I unmuted and said that I wanted to say something, and then I could not think of what I wanted to say. I have now thought of what I want to say or what I had wanted to say, and I will now say it. It seems absurd now, but it's come to me, so here we go. When I was a kid, I was my mom put me in piano lessons, but we didn't have a piano to practice on. And so at the school that I went to, my mom made an arrangement with the music teacher. So after school, I would practice on that piano. And until she finally bought a used piano at our house, but that was after a while. But anyway, my piano teacher, they always really want you to practice. Anyway, so she used to make me hold tennis balls in my hands like this to get the positioning right. And so I would spend a lot of evenings just holding tennis balls, which was honestly the best kind of piano practice. I don't play the piano, so obviously the tennis balls don't teach you the piano, but my positioning for typing is like on point. Anyways, squirrel much? That's ADD for you. Okay, let's finish. Or keep going, rather.
We have Lexia coming. All right, Lexia, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention docket. You were brought here so you need to see a judge within 2 business days. And you decide to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We've appointed Mr. Daniel as your attorney. All right, so Lexia, you were arrested back last April for assaulting a peace officer or a judge. You're placed on probation. You finished your probation just about 2 weeks ago. And then, let's see, according to the police report, on the 27th. That would have been on Friday. About 3 o'clock, Fort Worth PD was dispatched for domestic. When they got there, your grandmother said that you hit her 15 to 20 times, causing pain. You were found walking on the sidewalk nearby. You were found in a stolen car in the same area 2 days before and released by officers. And you live over by Seminary, not Las Vegas Trail where you're found. And you're positive for weed. All right, so is grandma here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're the victim in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, so my question is, why did she hit you 15 to 20 times?
Because she was mad at me because I picked her up from her friend's house to make her come home. Because she thought she was going to move in over there, but her friend's mother said she didn't, she couldn't take care of an extra child, which I had no intention of letting her stay over there in the first place, just only to spend the night. She got mad at me and said that I didn't ever do anything for her. And she started kicking my door when we was going down the road. And I thought she was going to jump out when we were going down the road. So I pulled over and then she jumped on me.
All right, Alexis, so you have the one person that you think does nothing for you. How many people showed up for your detention hearing today? How many people pay your bills? How many people feed you? How many people provide home for you? How many people drive you around? And the answer I'm probably going to presume is just one. The one person that you're going to turn around. Yeah, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. You can show a little more gratitude. I'm not comfortable releasing you, especially since the one person that's trying to help you, you're one to get violent with her. And so I'm going to keep you here. Just think of how bad your situation went to what it is now. You were at your grandma's house, which I guess you didn't want to stay there. You'd rather stay with your friend. Now you're stuck at Kimbo. And so we'll see you in 10 days. We'll decide what's going on, see if you're behaving, if you have more respect for your grandma. If you do, we'll go ahead and release you. If not, you'll just spend more time here. I mean, I have no problem. You'll miss Christmas. You'll miss your birthday. You'll miss all these days. So either you can get your act together and show some respect for the people that deserve respect. Not that you want to, but that they actually deserve respect because they are either detention officers or your grandma. If you can't do that, then you'll just stay here. Thank you, Lexia. Marquez, are we ready for Kaylee Carlock? I'm saying Kiana Burnside.
Yes, Judge, I'm bringing it right now.
Okay.
Wait for somebody to talk to? Okay, thank you. Front lobby?
Judge, she will not respond to staff. She won't uncover her head. She's got her clothes here. She won't.
It's all right. No, that's fine. As long as she can hear me. All right, Kaylee. So I'm Judge Kim. I'm sorry, not Kaylee. This is Brianna. This is a detention hearing. With your kids brought to our facility, you get to see a judge every, you're an out-of-county warrant. Yeah, I can see why you have a warrant. You have a really bad attitude. If you think it's going to help you, it's not. So, anyways, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. And whenever the county that's looking for you, Ms. Guerra, what county is looking for her?
Harris County, Judge.
Harris County. All right. Well, you'll have a safe trip back to Houston. All right. Thank you, Kayla. Marquez, Gaither. Actually, there's nobody. Did we appoint an attorney for that one? Yeah, we didn't. It's out of county warrant. It's out of county warrant. So, all right. Marquez, are you here? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Gaither, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you see a judge within 2 business days. I need to decide whether to release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Berger as your attorney. So currently you are on probation for, well, is he on probation? Mr. Dudley?
He's on DPP probation, Your Honor.
DPP. All right, so you're brought in for assault, family violence, impeding breath or circulation. They offered you deferred prosecution. Great opportunity for just kind of just behave and this goes away. And then they're saying on Thursday at about 11:30, Fort Worth PD was dispatched for a runaway. Person said he took his daughter and her friend Marquez to get something to eat when they came back. Daughter and Marquez jumped out of the car and ran through an apartment complex. They found Marquez. Confirmed there was a runaway, put him in custody. And you left Camp Worth without permission on November 7th. All right, you test positive for opiates, benzodiazepines. No, okay, negative. We're all drugs. All right, somebody from the department here?
Yes, sir.
Who is who? I heard
Michelle Barker.
Okay, hello, Ms. Barker. All right, so what are your plans for Mr. Gaither?
Your Honor, I reached out to his placement in Camp Worth and they filled his spot. So I am in the process of trying to find him a placement right now.
Okay, how much time do you need?
At least a couple days.
At least a couple days. So what's, are you asking for 30 days? Like how many days do you really need?
At least 2 or 3, sir.
How many placements has he been in before?
This is his second placement. He was at a shelter previously, and he was at Camp Worth the longest.
So was he at Camp Worth through our juvenile department or through the Department of Family Protective Services?
Through CPS, sir.
Through CPS, okay. So, Michelle, you've always been nice to me. It's 3 days, is that fair?
Yes, I hope so. Yes, sir.
Okay, you've always been so kind to me. So, all right, so I'll give you all 3 days, but we're not counting today. I know you've already started, but I'm gonna give you a little grace, okay? That's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Can you pick him up by Thursday at 5 o'clock?
Yes, sir. I'll try my very, very best.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to give you a little extra grace
I
here.
appreciate that.
So it's really, I'm kind of giving you 4 days.
I
but
appreciate that.
I'm gonna cut that off at Thursday at 5 o'clock that y'all pick him up, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Barker.
All right.
All right, Mr. Gaither, I'm detaining you. Look, this is just gonna be a cycle. If you're gonna run away, you're gonna end up back here at Kimbo, and you're gonna sit here until they find another placement for you. So if you're tired of being at Kimbo, then just don't run away. If you called Ms. Barker and said this isn't working out, it's a lot easier for her to find you a new place on her own with a little bit of time while you're at Camp Worth than for her to be under the gun here, right? And then actually she can find a better spot for you. Right now, she's gonna struggle to find any place for you because I set that deadline. If you give her time and give her a heads up, she can find a place that's better suited for you that you may actually have some input on, all right? Next time, don't run away. It's just not worth it. It's not worth coming to Kimbo over, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gaither.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Marion King. All right, Mr. King, this is a detention hearing. You came in on Thursday. You got out Thursday. You came in on Thursday. You have a good Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm glad you got out. Thank you for showing back up. We have a court setting later this week. All right. So we'll go through that with Mr. Gladstone. But at this point, it's a detention hearing. You know, I got to do it. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. But I think our court sitting is on Thursday.
On Friday, Your Honor, on the 4th.
The 4th. Okay, oh, I'm sorry, the 4th. On Friday. All right. So, Mr. King, we'll see you on Friday, all right?
I see.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, we have Michael Martinez. All right, Mr. Martinez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to a facility, you see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you here, release you. If I keep you here, then you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Aguirre, I see a Michael Martinez in the waiting room. Like, I'm not really admitting people after 10:30. Is that the parent for Michael Martinez?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Were we a little late in getting the link, or are they late just showing up?
No, Your Honor, I notified him before 10:30.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Pearson is your attorney. I think I saw David come in. David, are you here? There we are.
Present, Your Honor.
All right. So, Michael, let's see. You've been here before for Runaway. See, Fort Worth PD brought you in on October 2nd. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, gang enforcement did a stop for no turn signal. When they're pulling out, Michael looked like he was hiding or grabbing something in the back of the car. And they were frisked. There's a baggie with white powdery substance in your sock. You admitted it was coke, and the field test said it was cocaine. So you were released from detention, took to the Phoenix house in Dallas. You were discharged, taken to Children's Hospital. Contacted Dad, but he was out of town for the holidays. Phoenix House called us, notified that you were not accepted to Children's Hospital. So we issued a DTA. Mr. Gary, did he cut off his EM, or did we allow him to cut it off?
No, Your Honor, he did not cut off his EM. They just held him there until they could pick him up since he couldn't be admitted back in a Phoenix house.
Okay, so they held you and we brought you over here. Emily resides in Ellis County. All right, so we brought you in on the 26th. You were negative for everything, so not using. Is level 1 outstanding already? All right. Do we have a parent for Michael Martinez here?
Your Honor, I don't see him on the screen.
I see an empty screen. They're connecting. Do we have a parent for Martinez here? Gary McWhorter, please turn your camera on.
Hey guys, I have a question. Do you believe that Jordan down here in the bottom, like 2 below me, is supposed to be at a record label meeting and got into the wrong Zoom call somehow? Or is he a lawyer? Because he's wearing a suit.
All right, whoever's Galaxy A21, please don't have a bright light in the background. We need to be able to see your face. All right, well, tell you what, put Mr. Martinez off to the side, just hold on to him. Whenever the parents actually connect and show up, we'll take it up again. Okay. All right, we have Brianna Samet. Jordan's iPhone, please turn your camera on.
We're right here, Judge Kim.
All right, thank you. All right, Brianna, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you can see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. And you have a right to an attorney. All right, Brianna, let's see. You've never been here before. You're almost 15 years old. See, Fort Worth PD brought you in on Wednesday. You were dispatched. Let's see. When police got there, they met with your mom, said you got violent, tried to grab knives or scissors. When she restrained you, you kicked her.
Michelle, you are in the right place. Continue to speak to us. We are still here. Jordan does appear that he has been zoomed into the wrong meeting. And I swear, look at Judge Kim. He is so serious right now. If Jordan puts his hand up to that camera one more time, tilts it up to the ceiling, or by God does anything else, Judge Kim is going to lose it. Jordan, I'm warning you, my man. You've obviously never been here. I am allowed to do crazy things, but you aren't.
Bit her. Officers, she told officers the day before that you bent her finger. You bent her fingers back, causing pain. She's not interested in mediation. She wants to get you in facility. All right, so Mr. Nava, did anybody take her to JPS or to Cooks or anything for evaluation?
It wasn't noted, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
That wasn't noted anywhere in the police report. It was just one simple paragraph.
That's probably more appropriate for her at this point, don't you think?
I would agree.
Okay, let's go ahead. All right, Brianna, so you're level 3, unacceptable, all right? And I don't think you've been here before, so you don't understand, but I just have this thing where kids have to behave before I release them. So at this point, I'm gonna detain you because if you're gonna cause problems back here and act like a fool, then you get to stay here until you can behave. What? You look disappointed. If you're gonna be, Brianna, don't look at her, look at me.
No, I ain't fucking looking at you. Let me out of here.
Brianna, watch your language, all right? Brianna, is there any reason why I shouldn't find you in contempt right now? She needs to sit down. You need to bring her back and she needs to sit down.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Mom is on the Zoom call and she did guess that this would happen.
Okay,
Just
that's
as an
fine. It happens. All right, so whoever's on Galaxy A21, this is your second and last warning. Please take the bright light from behind you because I can't see your face. And whoever's on the iPhone, you need to be on the camera. This is still a court setting. Okay. I'm removing you, whoever Galaxy A21 is. All right, while we're waiting, can we bring Mr. Gaither back? I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez. All right, Mr. Martinez, I think, is your father here?
I don't know. I'm here.
All right, so, okay, so you live in, what's your name, sir?
The father or the son?
Father.
Michael.
You're also Michael. All right, so, evidently Michael, he was rejected from, where's he rejected from? Was it Children's Hospital? Right, Children's Hospital, so we should have warned. You live in Ellis County, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the plan right now if I release him? I mean, right now, he was arrested for possession of controlled substance. We brought him in, he's clean. I'm just worried about the supervision. You make sure he's not continuing to use street drugs, and also concerned about him running away. So, Dad, what's your plan?
There's not one. My plan was the plan that we had set, and he got rejected from that place for.
Okay. Sure. So, but we gotta. I mean, this is one of those things we gotta be flexible, right? And so I know the plans kind of run awry. So looking forward, what can we do? I mean, I'm not really interested in keeping Michael here if you can provide supervision for him, right? You feel like you're able to do that?
No. So again, we have to backtrack. We have to be logical here. He keeps running away. That's bringing him back to the place he runs away from is not logical. It's totally bizarre to bring him back here and him keep running away, and CPS keeps coming to my house and keeps calling and involving my family into other bigger deals. So supervision, I can keep supervision on him as long as he stays here, but he won't stay here. He's broken every rule that you set for him. So,
okay, so you're saying be logical. Now, it's not logical to say. So here's part of the problem, right? Is obviously whatever that's been happening in the past hasn't been working. So we need to change that around. I can't just keep him here to keep him from using drugs, right? That's not. I mean, the best the juvenile court can do is work with the parents to try and help the child, but we're not the solution, right? So what I'm trying to do is have a conversation with you to figure out, looking forward, what can we do? What can be changed to put Michael in a better position? A children's hospital obviously didn't work. So where do we go from here? And I'm asking you this because I want the parental input. I really
no, and I'm gonna be as transparent as possible. Again, you set him in a facility that he broke every rule there. He got kicked out of the facility. He went to Children's Hospital. Children's Hospital, and we have to be quite frank here. They're not in the business of helping anyone. They're in the business of making money. That's me being transparent. I know.
Sir, I'm not arguing with you, but we're kind of going to segue. No, sir. I mean, don't get frustrated with me. I'm not. Hold on a second. I just want to finish. I'm here not to talk about the things that have failed. I'm here because I want to have a conversation with you looking forward.
Understood.
What can we do to help Michael? So let's just stay focused on the looking forward part. All right.
Right. Okay. But we can't look forward. We can't go forward if we don't know the past. We have to still understand the core root of him disregarding everything you set for him. You letting him out and him coming home is a plus and a win for him, not for his situation. So
have you considered with CPS what's called a wrapper? Just handing over custody of him to CPS?
Do what? I didn't catch that.
Of calling CPS and just turning him over to CPS so they can get involved because they have placement opportunities for him. Have you considered that?
No, I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, yeah, so that's one of the options. This is called a wrapper. It sounds bad, but it's refusal to accept parental responsibility. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's bad, but there's actually good opportunities for that where basically you're telling CPS, I don't have the resources to control this child. He will run away. I need the help of the state of Texas to do that, which is kind of what you're telling me is you need the help of the state of Texas, a district court, to help control Michael Jr. Now, CPS, because what I'm not seeing here is overtly criminal behavior. I mean, there's a drug charge, but it's not overtly criminal. He's not out robbing banks or shooting people, right? So it's almost like I feel like CPS has the better kind of behavioral treatment facilities than we do as a juvenile department. That's where I'm going. So are you interested in that? I mean, it sounds like you're looking for help from Texas.
Yeah, no, definitely not interested in anything. Again, I just clearly stated I don't want CPS in my life because what happens is that it affects the rest of my family.
I get that. But then, so let's, again, going back to what you said, is let's think logically here. Okay.
CPS in my life. No, correct. I do not want. So
I understand, but let's going back to what you said, think logically. If you were asking for the state of Texas for assistance, right? Are we considering all of the possible assistance, or are you limiting what assistance you will receive?
Have we exhausted all possible assistance before CPS?
Well, that's the thing is when it comes to children, that's really kind of the first stop, right? That is the one agency that our legislature funds thoroughly to provide the different avenues of assistance.
Right. So speaking to his probation officer, there was a recommendation from, I guess, the.
I'm just gonna have to pop in there. for just 1 second. So this parent is, I've spoken about wrapper cases before. So what Judge Kim is referring to, a wrapper stands for RAPR, refusal to accept parental responsibility. Those can be done for two different reasons, for a true refusal or for actual help. But this gentleman is correct. When you invite the government into your home, you lose certain control of the situation. So he's really having the conversation that he should be having with an attorney on this Zoom call. Ideally, he probably should have spoken with an attorney who advised him on how to properly go about approaching CPS the right way so that he is not the target of their investigation. And really the only way to do that would be, I believe, to start out with an attorney and get there proper. Also, let's just talk about Zoom for one last second, okay? I'm in my box here. There are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 boxes on this screen right now, and they can't keep the two that are talking on the screen. They're gonna flip this one between the iPhone and this guy. Like, why? Nobody else is talking. Why would that even be a thing? Ugh. Also, Jordan down there looks like he's, I don't know, being held hostage. Like somebody's standing over there, like, yeah, you get on this Zoom call and you're going to talk to the judge for us.
Hospital or the placement center that he was discharged from, that there's a place in San Antonio that they're recommending that can that's better equipped to handle someone of his statute as far as the committing suicide type aspect of what's going on.
Mr. Gary, which facility were you referring to?
Your Honor, it's Laurel Ridge Treatment Center in San Antonio, Texas.
And what would that treatment center be for?
For the drug use.
I mean,
It states here that they recommend that he be in a more secured environment that can help him address his lack of motivation for sobriety.
Dad, how long has he been using cocaine?
I have no earthly idea. He's been running away since he was 12 years old. On marijuana, as far as I know, a little bit of alcohol, but cocaine, this is the first I've heard of him using cocaine.
Dad, this is really a behavioral issue, I think, rather than a drug use issue. I'm trying not to criminalize your son. And what we're doing through the juvenile court is really focused on criminal behavior. I think his issues are mostly behavioral rather than criminal. Right? Because he didn't run from the police. He didn't dish the cocaine in the car to put it on his buddy. Right?
So, question, if I might ask.
Yes, sir.
12 to 16 right now, I've dealt with more courts than I've dealt with school issues with any of my kids. I've dealt with more court. And for a lot of criminal activity, you have no record of his theft of auto and running away from the cops, as the beer he stole from a gas station, the probations he's been on.
Mr. Gary, what counties are these from?
Your Honor, Ellis County in Dallas.
Gracie T has hit it on the head as usual. What happened to this child at 12 years old, or what happened to this child, their critical incident? Again, we've talked about this before. It's not always a parenting problem, and it's not always a kid problem. There is a lot to be said for parents that just sort of throw up their hands and give the child over to a professional to try and fix them. It's not the way it works. If there's a child that has an issue like that, the likelihood that the house life is absolutely perfect is probably 0%, because I don't think anybody's house life is perfect. So I do believe that you should look at that. His dad sounds really abrasive at this point. Also, if anybody has ants or like any bug issues that they need, but they also have pets, diatomaceous earth, which is like a white powder you can buy at the store. You buy the food grade kind. And if you sprinkle that at your like door frames or windows where they might get in, it's food safe for dogs and cats to even eat, but it acts like glass to little insects, and so it will kill them all at the as they walk in it. It's like a physical barrier. Diatomaceous or it's not like, it's just if you don't want them in your house, so you can spray it, like put it at the even when you're planting plants, like when I used to plant pot plants, we would circle the bottom of the baby that we put into the pot to prevent any critters from getting up to the newly planted clone. So yeah, you can take it internally. You need to make sure that you get the food safe kind. But the reason I mention it is because it works really great for those types of things, but it is very safe for animals. So I know a lot of you guys have furry friends, and that is something that you can be safe putting out and not worrying about a dog or cat getting hurt from it. And it works in plants too. So gardeners as well. Okay, let's continue. Mhm.
County.
Okay. You know what probably the best thing for this one is, honestly, is if we do adjudication and transfer dispo to Judge Wallace in Ellis County. Because he'll have a lot more of his history. Juvenile probation department's worked well with him over there. Mr. Martinez, your attorney is Mr. Pearson.
Present.
Right, Mr. Pearson. So, I mean, I'd like to set this for a bench trial in 10 days, unless you can work something out. Would you want to demand a jury on this one?
Well, I need to consult with my client, but I don't think so. I don't really envision a jury being needed.
Right. Yeah. David, as long as I've known you, I've never seen you tee up a possession under a grant. so okay. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's see if we can work it out. I think the prosecutor on this one is Ms. Farmer. I guess, Ms. Smith, are you on today?
Yes, Judge, I am.
Okay. Can you let Ms. Farmer know this one we want to set? If y'all can try and get the discovery to Mr. Pearson
Okay.
as soon as possible. And I want to go ahead and set this on the docket for adjudication by court or adjudication hearing for 10 days from now. That way we can move it on. All right?
All right, I'll let her know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Martinez Sr., just let you know what, you can talk to Ms. Aguirre. She'll explain what's going on. I think probably the court that's best equipped to handle your son is going to be Judge Wallace's court in Ellis County. I've known him for years. A very fine judge, very smart man.
Why so?
I'm sorry?
Why so, if you don't mind me asking?
Because what the family code says in Texas is it really encourages the courts in the county that the child resides in to be able to handle that, right? So part of it is you're not going to have to travel as far when you have to come to court physically, because we don't do everything through Zoom. And also the resources available based on the county is kind of spread by population and more tailored towards the local population. And then the juvenile probation officer can provide more supervision. They're already familiar with your son. There's just all kinds of reasons. So I regularly accept cases from Ellis County for Fort Worth kids or Tarrant County kids that end up down there. So the juvenile courts freely transfer between each other. That's very a normal practice for us.
Just so everyone knows, he's never been in trouble in Ellis County. So again,
so it's based on the county that the child resides in. Right? That's the idea. Juvenile probation there has relationships with the schools, with the local facilities, with everything. So they're just better equipped for that.
Copy.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez Jr., just so you understand what's going on, I'm going to go ahead and detain you because it seems like you're not going to accept supervision. And then we're going to go ahead and have a trial on your case in 10 days. All right? Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay.
All right. Are we ready for Brianna Samet yet? Is she still refusing? This is what I want to do.
She is, Judge. She's in her room. She was banging her head and screaming. She's not cooperative. She won't come out of her
No, I understand. So let's go ahead and just prepare to bring it to court. We'll do an in-person court proceeding after all our online proceedings are done.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jordan Saunders. All right. I've got to ask, are you male or female?
I'm male, sir.
Male, okay. All right, Mr. Saunders, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see.
I'm a bit shook. I can't tell if he did that because he actually couldn't tell and wanted to give the respect of giving the right pronouns to the person, or if he's doing it as a bit of a jab. I don't know. I've never heard Judge Kim ask anybody about their gender before like that. Not to mention, isn't it on your fucking file? No, sorry. No, like, I don't mean to be rude. And it's not that I think it's bad to ask people their gender. It's just odd. I've never heard him do it before. And honestly, it is on the file. I'm sure of it. You've got everything else down there. So that conversation, again, it just seems like the more I watch Judge Kim, the more I realize that he always has a reason for saying something. And generally that reason is identifying somebody's weakness and exploiting it to make them acquiesce to his demands. That's a funny way of saying he's a judge and you have to listen to him for somebody who's quite oppositional, I guess. But I don't know. Again, this is why I love watching these things, because I feel for these kids. I feel for each of them. I feel for their parents a little bit. I feel for the employees that work there. I'm sorry, but this would not be a fun place to work. These people don't look happy. And it's not because of the job entirely. It's because of how we've all had bad bosses before, believe me. The thing is that when I'm a boss, I never, ever, ever ask an employee to do something I'm not going to do myself willingly and right away. So I've never had trouble asking somebody to do something for me because I'm always willing to get my hands dirty and do things. I don't get that vibe from Judge Kim a little bit. And in fact, we've seen him like fine probation people for stupid things, or we've seen him literally like the detention staff like gets so mad at them. I'm sorry, Judge Kim. Like, what bothers me is he's sitting there in his courtroom expecting a fucking performance of a lifetime from these people. Do you know how hard it is to do a stage performance like this? This is literally what this is. You have different people coming on and off camera, and they're not actually prepared properly for it. They're jail guards. They're supposed to be guarding a jail. So when it bothers me sometimes when he's not realistic. And especially when you go in and he makes them. The problem is these judges, Judge Porter probably does the best of eating his words and changing his mind. Judge Kim, I find very, very like combative in a way, especially some days. Like you can tell when he's mad, it just starts out like that. Like these iPhone people are going to make him super duper mad. And again, I believe that if somebody like Judge Kim was in a bigger box, like if his Zoom box was like this and everybody else's was still the same, I think that would make Judge Kim happy. I do. I think it would. I think he would really like that. I think if stuff stopped moving the fuck around all the time. Oh yeah, in the middle, you think yeah, yeah, the middle might work pretty good. But you know what I mean, right? Anyways, oh, I love Jefferson Airplane. That song is so good, McPigeon. So good. So good. Now I gotta get it just.
You judge every 10 days. You do have a right to remain silent. Ms. Taylor has been appointed as your attorney. All right. So on Wednesday, Mansfield PD brought you in. They're saying on the same day, about 3 in the morning, they were dispatched. The suspicious person called after a male with a backpack triggered their Ring doorbell, ran off the property after he noticed the doorbell. Police patrolled the area, noticed a parked vehicle with 2 occupants inside. They're talking to 2 people outside the vehicle. When they got there, 2 outside people fled on foot and apprehended by the officers. They were identified as Jordan Saunders and Jonathan Sandifer, an adult. 2 inside were an adult Jessica and an adult Ahmed Mohammed, but currently on probation with us. They found the following items in the vehicle, confirmed stolen from a victim's vehicle: a purse valued at $160, a brown purse valued at $300, a Samsung tablet, another tablet. Victim said they were inside her car, and they have personal medical information about patients. Victim preferred leaving these items in the vehicle and didn't lock the door. Another vehicle in the neighborhood was found with its windows broken, but nothing was taken. Jessica told the officers that all were involved were checking the cars. On November 20th, Jordan was placed on probation by me for theft of property and got 1-year probation. So you're on probation for theft from a week ago, and you're already caught stealing cars. Like 4 days after you get probation, you get arrested for stealing more things. So you've been referred by the district attorney's office for review. They want to do TCAP and substance abuse treatment. You refuse to produce a UA. After 3 days, you produce a sample. Hey, Jordan, just to let you know, when you refuse to produce a UA, I just assume you're positive for everything because you're hiding everything. So as far as I know, you're using PCP, heroin, opium. Who uses opium anymore, right? Stephanie? Jordan uses opium. All of it. So that's the problem when you refuse a UA. I just presume and assume that you're using everything. Do we have a parent here for Jordan today?
Yes, I'm right here, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I got to ask you, why was Jordan out at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Judge,
I'm unaware of, or I don't know who you're speaking to. Were you speaking to me, the parent?
Yes, I'm speaking to the parent.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I'm in California.
Okay.
So I just want to make that clear. But as far as I'm aware, he went to a friend's house to record music and inquired about if it was okay for him to get a ride home because he has access to get Lyft rides home. And
So who does he live with here in Texas?
He lives with his mother, and I'm in constant contact with his mother.
Are y'all still together?
No, we're not.
Okay,
We're not.
that makes sense. So are you a California resident or are you just traveling there?
I'm in constant contact with his mother. I use that email program, Constant Contact. I'm sorry. I could not resist. Jordan, apparently he's doing all the opium. Don't forget that. And how did I know he was a freaking record label guy if the kid, yeah, you're going crazy over there. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I was right about his record label. or the record label thing. I don't know why. I'm good at people guessing. Again, I think it's my aphantasia brain. I got nothing up here. Never anything. It's black all the time. The way my brain works, I don't know how to explain. Anyways, okay. Also, Jefferson Airplane for Life, yes. I also have some other good music. Record label. I should call him about signing my dad for the Night Terrors song.
California resident, and our custody order is out of California. And there was a bunch of interesting information that came to my attention about all of his cases, which I would like to address if you would allow that.
Well, I mean, it's not allowing or not allowing it. Right now, we're not talking. We're just trying to decide to detain him or not. If he's out,
Right, but it's fundamental to all of these things, though.
So if he's out at 3 o'clock in the morning without supervision, breaking into cars 4 days after he got probation, there is nothing that you can tell me that changes the narrative that he's not getting adequate supervision here in Tarrant County.
Right, and so in regards to that, what I'm recommending is that
hold on a second. I just asked you why he was out at 3 o'clock in the morning. You said you didn't know. Now you're going to tell me in regards to being out at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now you have information.
No, I'm not speaking about that information. It was in conjunction of what you were saying. All I'm saying is stepping
what
back.
I'm saying is he's took probation. 4 days later, he's out at 3 o'clock in the morning for the same type of offense that he's on probation for, and nobody knows why he's out at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? That is enough for me. The rest of it, for the purposes of a detention, now this is not the trial. This is not whether he did or not. The stuff that you're talking about is going to be very relevant at a trial. What I'm saying, purely for the purposes of detaining him or releasing him, that is not relevant to me. He just took probation that last week. He's already out and arrested for the same offense that he took probation for. He has learned nothing from his first experience with this court. So if I release him, people are going to get more property stolen. Right? That's my concern.
But the whole way that this law works is that we operate under the preponderance of evidence, and we're here to seek rehab more than retribution. And I'm trying to share some information with you in regards to what's going on, and you're not allowing me.
Which law are you talking about?
Excuse me? Juvenile law for Texas.
Okay. And so where am I seeking retribution?
Where are you seeking retribution? Well, what I'm saying is we're supposed to be seeking rehabilitation. And what's happened here is 2 months ago, we found benzodiazepine in his system, and nothing's been done about that.
What have you done about it, sir?
And I'm here to take responsibility and accountability. And I was unaware of benzodiazepine and how this really affects a person. And I'm also recognizing that he doesn't have. I haven't done enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm here to try to do something now.
Sir, in all fairness, I don't think Jordan is the type of person that will allow you to help him. I think in his mind, he knows what's best. He's going to do what he's going to do. Look at his goofy haircut. Right? I had to ask him if he's a boy or a girl. Literally, that is the amount of supervision that he's willing to take. Sir, I'm not blaming you. What I'm saying is that this child is not willing to accept supervision at this point. So we have to look at other screens. But at this point, for me to release him, I am absolutely confident that he's going to go out and use more drugs. He's going to go out, he's going to steal more things, that I need to detain him for his own protection and the protection of the community. Right?
Okay, so just in regards to what you're saying now, so just in regards to that, I'm aware of that, and I'm in agreement with that. So that's why I've spoke to his mom, and I need to get him to California immediately.
No, sir. I am not releasing him to California at this point.
No, okay, but all right, and so I'll have to figure that out, I guess, at the next hearing. And then on another side note, he has an endodontist appointment on Thursday where he needs a root canal done, and it's almost to the point of infection. I'm wondering if there's any way that I could still accommodate that.
Well, if he's got a tooth infection that he needs a root canal, why is he smoking crack?
He's smoking crack?
As far as I'm concerned, that's why you refuse the UA. You're doing every single drug out there. So my presumption is he's smoking crack while he's out there, which isn't good when you have a tooth infection.
And absolutely not. That's why I need to get him into treatment immediately, and I need to get him away from the people that he's hanging around with.
Sir,
and I have the adequate means to give him the proper supervision here in California. Even though it may be too late.
So now,
Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and knock that bingo card. We are gonna, I swear to God, within the next week, we are gonna be playing pre-trial bingo. And one of the spaces is gonna be the other kids are bad. My kid's a good kid. The parent makes it worse. Level 1-0. I don't know where he got the weed. I don't know any of his friends. What else? Let's think about what else should go on the bingo cards. I love it. Also, Judge Kim is like not into this dude at all. This guy came in the wrong way. Suit, good. Zoom etiquette, bad. Attitude, worse.
unfortunately, this is one of those where you can't put toothpaste back in the tube, right? If that was, I mean, hindsight's 2020. I'm not blaming you, but now looking back, you're probably thinking I should have brought him to California as soon as he got probation here and started the supervision that you would provide. But unfortunately, the bell has been rung, and now he's not in the case here.
And that was my fault because I was under the impression that this operates as an adult.
Don't blame yourself for this because Jordan, to a degree, is making his own bad decisions, right?
Right, but he's making it with his whole system compromised, his whole neurological system compromised. And with that being said, he's not operating normally. And this needs to be addressed. Even though I understand that
Has he been diagnosed anything?
Excuse me?
Does he have a mental health diagnosis?
No, but so also, like I said, this information is just somewhat new to me. And in
How do you know his neurological system's compromised if he doesn't have a mental health diagnosis?
Well, for example, when he got in there, he was put on emergency watch because he was trying to wrap a sheet around his neck and then asked what he was doing. He said that he was just frustrated. So I don't think that's normal behavior for somebody to get frustrated and start attempting to wrap a sheet around their neck.
It is not normal behavior to be out 3 o'clock in the morning breaking the cars. It's not normal behavior to be on probation for 4 days and already be out.
Exactly. And I've been in contact with him every day talking to him. Do you need anything? Do you want anything? And so I'm doing my part as much as I can to be there, but I'm in California. That's why, and his mother works. I'm actually not working because of the coronavirus. So I have a lot of free time and availability, but I just need to get him to me, and I don't know what to do.
In all fairness, sir, that situation, and again, this is hindsight's 2020, but
I know,
it would have been a better decision to come to Texas while he's here if you had that latitude with your work schedule. I'm not trying to kick you in the teeth or anything. I'm just saying now, I'm absolutely convinced if I let him go, he would get arrested again and would continue to use drugs. And I'm doing this for the protection of the public as well as the protection of himself.
And so I'm just kind of bringing up whatever I can in your brief time to know, for your advice, what can I do at this point? Do I need to go down there? I mean, what do you recommend? And I was told by an attorney that I shouldn't probably wait for the system to figure out what to do, that I should take the matters into my own hand and get him into treatment.
Well, sir, I'm going to let you know that he is looking at an indeterminate sentence. So he's legitimately looking at getting committed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department until they feel like he's rehabilitated. Right, so that is a legitimate concern. On my screen, you are right next to her. I don't know where she is on your screen, but Ms. Taylor, can you say
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you can see Ms. Taylor, she is your son's attorney, all right? And so she is the person to talk to you. I can't give you legal advice.
I understand.
Right? This is not a trial. This is simply about should I detain him or not detain him.
I'm aware.
Okay, so Ms. Taylor can certainly answer a lot of questions. I have known, oh my gosh, Candace, how long we've known each other since Jordan was in Pampers.
Yeah, decades.
Yes.
It's
So
been decades.
she's a fine attorney. She is very accessible, very approachable. She's always answered the phone when I called her when I was an attorney. So you
I'm
can
aware.
call her.
Yeah.
She can answer a lot of the questions that you have that unfortunately I cannot. Okay.
Right, and I appreciate your fairness and your information.
Yes, sir. Sir, you're in California, different set of rules. All right.
I know.
So it's going to be frustrating, but please understand that this is just a detention hearing. It's about whether he's going to come back to court or not, whether he's a danger to himself, whether he's a danger to others. All right. That's my focus. Whether it actually happened or not, that's for a trial. But Ms. Taylor can explain that to you.
Right. And so in the event that he does get some sort of infection or something in his teeth, they'll just take care of that in the system then?
When he is a resident of our facility, he is our responsibility. Okay. Now, if you have an appointment set, so talk to Ms. Taylor and Ms. Aguirre. Were you the?
It's me, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Lewis. All right. So Mr. Lewis is a great probation officer as well. So, Dad, if you have this appointment, talk to Mr. Lewis. If you can convince me, Mr. Lewis is not afraid to come to me and ask for us to deliver Jordan to the endodontist for his medical treatment and then to return him here. We've done that many times before, but you got to sell Mr. Lewis on it.
All right, Your Honor.
All right.
Once again, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Jordan, I'm detaining you now. We'll see you in 10 days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thanks. Have a great day.
William Sylvie Park. I got ahead of myself. That won't last so well. All right, Mr. Park, are you here? All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a kid's brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you here, release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Boyd Mooney is your appointed attorney. Mr. Mooney, are you here this morning? Okay, guess not. So Mr. Lofton is going to substitute in for Mr. Mooney. I know Mr. Lofton is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so William, 16 years old. You're on probation for evading arrest of the motor vehicle and for possession of a controlled substance under a gram. I guess, Mr. Thomas, did we not give him a drug test?
Your Honor, as I requested a drug test this morning, if William holds true to that he's always been, he's probably refused or verbalized that he could not produce.
Okay.
I attempted to get one on the 10th when I made a home visit with him, and he verbalized to me that he could not produce a sample.
All right, so William, just so you know, when you refuse a drug test, I presume you're positive for everything, and you're hiding everything, all right? So it's weed, it's Xanax, it's opium, it's heroin, it's cocaine, it's crack, it's PCP. You name it, you're using it. Fentanyl, that's another one. So you're on probation, you're positive for drugs, and so I'm going to detain you as long as there's probable cause. From police, you were victim was pinging his iWatch, which was in a stolen vehicle. Showed up at residence, found the vehicle. Victim met him. Keys were still missing, and it still shows the address on Lavelle Street. So police already knew it for drug house. Knocked on the door. Met with you and another male. He asked if you had anything illegal, and you said you had dope in your pocket. So they searched you, found three big bags of a crystalline substance, which was presumptive for methamphetamine. So, all right, well, Mr. Park, if you are on probation and you're smoking crack and heroin, then you don't get to get out when you're detained. Mr. Thomas, let's go ahead and I'm going to order a hair follicle test on him. Let's see everything that he's using while he's here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and he's currently on probation for felony level offenses. You know what? He's 16 years, he's getting older. Stephanie, let's go and set one on the Rocket docket. Let's get it quick for adjudication. This one is also Mr. Mooney's. So, Mr. Thomas, if you could let Mr. Mooney know that we're going to set this one fairly quickly for trial. I'd like to get it done before Christmas.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have Tommy Simmons. Actually, you know what? Mr. Thomas, are you still there? Or did he leave? Okay. Do we have Mr. Thomas's supervisor here? Do we have a supervisor here for Mr. Thomas?
I can relay a message to him, Your Honor.
All right, Doug, if you can let him know if we can get that hair follicle done as soon as possible, because I want the results back for the motion modify hearing.
Okay, I'll let him know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Simmons, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, I saw you earlier. Mr. Graham, are you here? Okay, Mr. Lofton, I'm going to ask you to step in.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. All right, Mr. Lofton, sorry, you're fired.
Not the first time.
Okay. All right, Tommy, let's see what's going on. You were arrested back in March of 18 for burglary of a habitation. You got DPP. And let's see, on Wednesday around 11 o'clock, Fort Worth PD was dispatched. There's a stolen vehicle in a food mart. And they followed the vehicle until lost sight of it in an apartment complex. There was a marked unit, located the vehicle with 4 people inside. Tommy was in the driver's seat. Oh, Alexia was in the back passenger seat. There was smell of weed. Tommy admitted he had THC in his pocket, found along with an empty pistol magazine, and the gun was in the car. And the gun was located in the behind the front passenger seat. So you're charged with UCW. All right, Tommy, I don't think we've met before, but I'm going to let you know that ever since I took this position, every time do we have a parent for Tommy here?
Mom was gonna zoom in, Your Honor.
Okay. Is Tommy's mom here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Lavoria?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know where the gun came from?
No, sir.
All right. So, Mom, I have this policy that whenever a child's brought in with a gun charge or found with a gun, then I detain them. All right. I'm not comfortable. I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm not a supporter of kids having guns. I think it's a very dangerous thing.
Yes.
Could someone go check on Gracie, please? Somebody go do a welfare check on Gracie. Love it. It's engagement. They can go to sleep if they want, but there's no sleep shaming here. So if you want to stay up and not sleep, we won't get you mad. We won't get mad at you. You can stay up all night. Gracie? Oh, the cat did it? Okay.
Combination. And so I need to detain him just to make sure I'm comfortable releasing him. All right. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain him. We'll see him at a 10-day detention hearing and make a decision whether to release him or not based on his behavior level. Tommy, so I know your hand is raised. I'm going to let you know if you have a question for me, then I'm happy to answer it. But if you want to tell me something, I guarantee your attorney will not want you to talk. So do you have a question for me? Tommy, you need to sit up. Look, hey, Tommy, I'm going to lay this out for you, right? If you're going to make decisions and try and be a grown man, then you have to be able to accept grown man consequences.
That's right.
You can't have it both ways. So these are the grown man consequences of being caught with a gun when you're not legally allowed to have a firearm. And so,
Messed up. And I promise, if you let me go, I'm not coming back. I messed up. I promise. I messed up.
All right, hold on. So we're not going to talk about, I don't want you to admit anything. Your attorney doesn't want you to because your attorney still got to fight your case. And we have a district attorney that's watching this, and she would be able, she's taking, sir, you need to sit up. Be a grown man. Be a grown man, all right? You can't be a kid and act like a grown man, and then when you get caught by the police, then you want to act like a kid again. Right? That's not the way this world works. If you want to be a kid like your mom is trying to provide for you and take care of you and give you advice and guide you, then be a kid and you get treated like a kid. But if you're going to make big boy decisions, then there's big boy consequences. So I don't want you to tell me anything because there still has to be a trial on all this, on whether you actually had the gun or not. You had the magazine, you may not have had the gun. That's all a fight for your attorney. But if you come out and start blabbing things, the DA here is taking notes. She's going to write everything down. Right? And it's just going to make it harder for your attorney to fight your case for you. Right? So if you have a question for me, I'll answer it. But at this point, sir, sit up.
My bad.
Sit up. Tommy, what you don't understand is that in 10 days, we'll see you again at a detention hearing. And when I'm making a decision based on releasing you or not, I'm going to look back and my notes are going to show that this was the kid that kept on leaning over off the camera and was disrespectful to the court during his first detention hearing. And you don't think it's disrespectful to take your face off this camera? You don't think it's disrespectful to sit down? You don't think it's disrespectful to be in a court and say it's my bad? Right? I'm not your homie. I'm not your bro. Right? This is a court. I'm the judge. You need to show some respect for the system and the process. Your lack of respect to your mother is why you're in this situation in the first place. You need to do some thinking and you do some waking up while you're here at Kimbo. Because if you don't, if you keep on doing the shenanigans that you are now, you're going to go from Kimbo to Tarrant County Jail to TDC. So at this point, Tommy, my advice to you is get your behavior level up, show that you can make a decision, show that you can be respectful to the people in authority. That shows me I can release you back to your mom. If you're not going to behave and show respect here at Kimbo, I know you're not going to be respectful to your mother. And at the end of the day, that is what I'm going to require you to be, is respectful to your mother. Okay? All right, thank you, Mr. Simmons. Tyler Umblance. I'm trying to get through these today. You know I'm trying.
I think the answer for today's youth is early intervention at a family level. I'm talking about a lot of money poured into early childhood education, parenting groups, children under the age of 3, supporting parents and having it be a normal thing that you need to learn how to parent properly. People always say, oh, you don't need a license to you have a kid, but you need one to drive. Well, let's just begin to make it a normal thing that you absolutely need to learn some of these things. And so what I would say the best way to do, and remember, like my dad worked in this exact situation. He was a jail guard in a juvenile detention facility that held maximum security kids that had murdered people. And he also provided intense support supervision to kids that were recently released from jail and likely to reoffend to prevent them from doing that. And he provided intensive support supervision. So it's very difficult to, I know how hard that job is. It's a thankless job. However, I really do believe that pouring the money into that age, in what's available in the US for free to birth to 5 years, early childhood education, not the kind I'm talking about, I don't think, but maybe, I hope so. Ideally, I would want community centers and community locations to be having parenting and groups that would bring people in naturally and they would support them as they needed as they went through. Also, Mayor, super sorry to hear that, but I think it's important that people talk about the realities of sleep and not being able to sleep, or how difficult life changes can make life. And sleep is one of those issues. What I try and do is not shame. I mean it when I say I don't sleep shame people. Sometimes the worst you feel is not when you've stayed up all night, but it's when somebody else finds out that you stayed up all night. So don't ever feel bad about coming here. I'm never going to worry about your, late nights or whatever, unless you're worried about it. But it's not, you're never going to be in trouble for coming here late. And I'll tell you the absolute truth. There are definitely many nights I've gone all the way through and not slept and then just continued on with my next day and then go that way. So some people can do that. Some people can't. For me, it's better to keep going. What I'm doing is keep going with whatever. And then rather than lie in bed and try and sleep, I've never been a person that lies in bed to try and sleep. I either just get in bed and go to sleep. But again, I don't have any visual imagery in my brain. So when I close my eyes, it's black and I just wake up in the morning. Hi, Basement Gardener. But see, Mayor, I want you to get more if you want more. That's the important thing. It is tough when people pass. It's really, really hard. Um, and I want everyone here to know that it's sad, but I'm glad sometimes sharing helps. Sometimes it doesn't. You can do both here. Um, but there will be triggering things in these videos, just as an FYI. A lot of the kids have gone through very, very, very bad situations. So, we're always trying to give grace and accommodation to people. And remember, like, some of these kids are my daughter's age. I have a daughter that's this old. So it's a reminder to myself to be better, try harder, etc., etc., etc. Okay, let's continue on. I'm super glad to see everybody here. You guys are all, I believe, members of the 1000 Club, the first 1,000 people to be supporters of my channel. And I'll never forget you. Every single one of you that's come through when I get a new subscriber, I do a little dance and I'm very thankful. So let's continue on and see what else Judge Kim has. Again, some of the judges that we watch, Judge Manning, for example, Judge Middleton, Judge Simpson, you can tell they've come from or seen and understand real life. And then some judges, you're just like, it's not as obvious. Anyways, like Judge Kim, sometimes when he's like, oh, 70 is not a very good grade. Well, according to who? I have a theory on that I believe school could become a virtual experience much more than what we have now. I'm not talking about Zoom court. I'm talking about like VR school experience where you wear a headset that tracks your eye movement. So like and it gives you points like a real life video game. So when you go to look out the window, a pop-up will come in front of your head and go, do you want to look out the window? You'll be ignoring this class and you'll lose these many points, and you can choose to do whatever you want. But there are already schools that use a very, very specific learning like algorithm where they have kids sort of test out each day, and then the next day their lesson plan is personally tailored to that previous day's lessons and what they can build on. And that type of schooling is very interesting to me. I think that school is often about keeping a big group of kids busy and involved in make work, while there's a few kids that really need quite a bit of help. And I think that we could work better on different things that we teach kids. I really believe that they need to be incorporating cell phones into schools at a much younger age and incorporating them in a way that is healthy and helpful to teachers. So you could have an app that when the kids walk in the classroom, it almost takes over the phone in a way, and they have access to only a few different things. Or you could do it like almost like those video games where you have kids vote. For when we talk about kids that don't have phones, absolutely, like there's other ways that they can access this. But the reality is, I think it's a short-sighted stance to take to ban cell phones from schools. I think what you get then is kids and adults that don't know how to regulate themselves in a workplace environment. And that's not really ideal. That's not what we want to teach. The other thing I would be having kids do is a real budget, like where we give them like, I'm not talking about like you write out your budget. I'm talking about like you have your frickin' like the game of life or the Sims or whatever, where you get paid out and you realize what it is like to live off of $30,000 a year, like, or 40, whatever. I think that'd be an interesting game. Anyways, there isn't a badge for when you hit 1K. No, what I'm going to do, Denisha, is make a special post where people that are already subbed can come in and write a comment, and I'm going to take a list of all those comments, and I am going to go ahead and make the list that way. Yeah, it's funny because remember, I worked at a bank since I was 15 years old. And then I became, but I was failing math at school miserably, failed math every single semester. So it was obvious to me right away that it didn't make sense because obviously in a real world scenario, one of the most important, money, people's money. It's like people get real testy about their money. So to me, a bank that is the biggest sort of real life job that you could have. And I was really good at it. I became a head teller of a main branch of a big bank within like a year of working part-time. And I was excellent. I mean, in the end, by the time I was 18, graduating high school barely, but actually failing all my math classes, I was in charge of ordering all the currency for the bank every day, $500,000 every day in and out, balancing all that out, foreign currency. But again, failing math. So the school system isn't meant for kids or people that are not circles, that fit right in the peg. It's a place where they teach people to do the same thing over and over again. And I always tell kids, like, it is not a failure to not be good at school. That's absolutely not a predictor of your success in the future of life. However, you need to learn how to deal with people, and that's what you will learn at school as much as you can. So I hope I'm a good mom. I've really worked hard on it. My daughter is an excellent kid. She's a way better kid than I was, like just straight up. Better behaved, better mannered, all of those things. And I really am super grateful and thankful for that. She's incredible. Also, I live in Canada and she was in French immersion. She still is in French immersion, which means she goes to school since kindergarten in French. And as she's gotten older, she's learning less French and more English. But that was my main goal when she was starting kindergarten. I was very, very, I thought, okay, if I had been exposed to a language at a young age, maybe I would have learned it. But at older age, I had a real hard time. So exactly, Rachel. I was the same way. I was like, wow, this child is amazing. Yes, I'm from Canada. So she was in French immersion, still is in French immersion. And to me, the fact that she can read and write in two languages and speak two languages, if not fluently, but like enough to she probably can speak them fluently, but let's just say not perfectly even. To me, I'm like, wow, that's a win. That's already just the elasticity that we've built into her brain by doing that, to me, was a huge win. It had nothing, and this is the truth. I don't look at report cards. I tell her teachers this too. You can write them if you want. I'm not going to be looking at them. That is not where I look to see how my child is doing at school. She has an IEP or an individualized education plan, so I have a bit more flexibility in terms of going into the school with a lot of sort of, this is the way it's going to be, but I literally do not look at the report cards. They don't matter to me. They can write anything they want on them. So, blah, whatever. Anyways, okay, let's continue. Good night, Mayor. Good night, everybody that's going to sleep. And, guys, I always remember, like I said, I had a mommy group. We had lots of moms, and moms beat themselves up a lot. Dads, too. We had lots of parents, and they would come in and oftentimes would confide in me a problem or an issue and question their own parenting, question how they can do it. And I was always quick to remind them that just the worrying about it, just the fact that you are there thinking about this is showing that you're a good parent. we can't know everything, and we can't know what will be best for our kid without trial and error. But just the fact that you are taking an interest is what's the most important part. And I think that um, for a kid with ADHD or other types of learning disabilities, the most critical part of school is making sure they never feel less than or stupid. And it has really nothing to do with what they learn. I could give zero shits how much my daughter knows about social studies or those types of things. However, the fact that she gets up every day and goes to school without feeling sick or sad, that's important to me. The way she isn't afraid to, like, I've taught her to literally, when she starts a new class with a new teacher, to speak with the teacher and say, "Oh, hi, I'm so and so, and you probably haven't had a chance to go over my IEP yet, but these are the things about it." And every teacher thanks us and says, "Wow, like, that's impressive. Very few kids ever come out and advocate for themselves like that." And the reality is, in a school situation where you have multiple kids that have significant learning needs, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And unfortunately, a lot of parents with kids that are in that position don't have that ability to advocate like that. So it's not only important to teach the kid to advocate, but a parent too. And I'm very lucky. I'm super duper lucky. I thank her every day. But and I laugh. I'm like, she's always on the phone in her room usually, and I'll like sort of bust in and be like, "Hey." And she usually mutes so that I can't talk because she's always on like multiple calls, like 5 people on the phone. But sometimes I manage to sneak in and I'm always like, "Sub to my channel, sub to the channel." Like begging for subs. Yeah. And Amy, like, that's why I joined the parent advisory committee executive level. I was like, oh, I'm going to be this principal's best friend or their worst night, but I'm going to be there. And I was like 24, 25. I often got people would be like, "Oh, are you the nanny?" No, I'm not. That's cute though. Yeah, private schools would be a good thing for some people if you can afford them, for sure. I went to Montessori school for the first 3 years of my schooling for myself. Oh man, I would love, well, I did run the mommy group. So we had 500 local moms and we did events every day of the week and all different things. Um, when I was really like, when my daughter was first born, my power move when people would, because they would be like eyeing me up at the mall. And this is before I recruited them into my mommy group, right? This is how all the mommies were. They're all scared. Everyone's like, I don't know what. So the kids are at the park or whatever's happening. They're looking at me like, this girl's young. And then I whip up my boob and do the breastfeeding. And I'm like, in like nothing. That's a quick, yes, she's the mom. But I love hanging out with moms and connecting them with other moms and seeing them flourish and seeing them talk about, what's going on in their life or not. I have been a nanny for other people. I remember I was a nanny once to a couple who had a pregnancy which they didn't realize until birth was a profoundly handicapped child. And they had given that child up for adoption, and they then had another pregnancy, and this baby was born completely healthy. And they were incredibly timid as parents, I would say. And honestly, for the most part, I went into their home like 3 or 4 days a week and hung out with them while they were there with their baby and reassured them about, yeah, those are all normal things. And this is exactly how the baby should be going. And you're doing perfect. And they had really lost a lot of their own intuition trusting because they hadn't known anything about that during their whole first pregnancy. And it was a real grief process to go through. So again, what I'm trying to do everywhere I go is meet people where they are. Yeah, the thing is, it's hard. One time my daughter got accused of luring a child off of school grounds with chocolate covered Oreos, critically important to the story, in the first grade for like sexual purposes. I was like, excuse me? What are you talking about? Like, these children are 6 years old. And it came down to the fact I don't purchase and never had purchased Oreos and never put them in our lunch. This lady fucking made all this up about me and my daughter. Oh, it was horrible. Anyways, mama bear. Okay, let's continue. But to what my whole point there is that I think people in all parts of life need support, not just learning how to parent, but like Denisha, I bet you have a lot of really interesting things you could teach new parents because you have so much experience. And everybody in here has different experiences, and that's where we learn the most is from others' experiences. So I love learning and hearing people's experiences. And Rachel, okay, one last story. So advocating for children in school is important, and it's hard. When my daughter was in kindergarten, I was not as like confident in my abilities, and her teacher was mean, and she didn't let parents in the classroom. She had a no parents in the classroom rule for kindergarten. Like, what? That's weird. So we had a bad sort of first year. And then the next year, I went in and I was like ramped up. First grade, I was going to be there. And the teacher was like the most sweet older lady. It was her last year before retirement. And I like walked in there and I was like, I want to help and I want to volunteer in the classroom. And she was like, okay, sure. Would you like to come in right now? Do you want to organize some glue sticks and talk to me a little bit? And I was just like, oh, like calm down immediately. Like this teacher is totally welcoming. And we had an amazing year that year. Well, because that was so great, there was a point at that year when I went in to help with a Christmas art project. And we were sitting in the hallway outside of the classroom in one of the pods. And I was doing the hot glue for the kids. But there's like 3 classrooms that face this sort of hallway pod area. And so I had 2 kids out with me, and from the other classroom, not my daughter's classroom, an angry teacher comes storming out with a child at hand, and she sort of reprimands him and says, you sit out here and you think about what you did, and I will be there. I will come back and get you in a minute. Now, here's the thing. You can probably tell I'm pretty empathetic, but I also understand that there are reasons that you have to bring a kid out of the classroom. So for the first 5 minutes, I was A-okay. Like, I didn't talk to him. I just sort of like, smiled a little bit, but worked with the kids I was with. Now, after 5 minutes, I was like, okay, well, that's long enough to me. So I started talking to him. I'm like, hey, buddy, do you often get put out in the hallway? And he said, yeah, I do. I'm like, oh, that sucks. And then I got him doing the art project that we were doing. So then like 15 minutes goes by and nobody's come out yet. So now I literally just walk over to the classroom door and I stood like this. And I just looked and looked. And the teacher was like doing her teaching thing, not even realizing. And she looks at the doorway and she gives me this smile, like, when you've got a parent or somebody at the door. And I looked back at her like stone-faced, arms crossed, not a smile. Like, and she then gives me the quizzical look of, what have I forgotten? And I'm just literally standing there, like shaking my head. And you see the light bulb go off in her head. And she's like, and then she like runs out and brings the boy back inside the classroom. And I used to think to myself, like, now how long would he have sat there without me there? That's what really worries me. And who believes a kid when that happens? That's crazy. That is a crazy story. Anyways, okay. Sorry, I've said it like 52 times. Judge Kim's smirking at me. He's like, "Yeah, you said you're gonna keep going. You'll never do it."
Tyler, we meet again. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. And when a kid's brought to a facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I need to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Mr. Graham is your attorney. All right, so this is, with Mr. Gaither. So one of the people that ran off, you were a runaway, and you were seen exiting an apartment window and running from the police, and you were detained and confirmed to be a runaway. So do we have somebody from the department here again?
Your Honor, I was unable to get a hold of his caseworker from the department. I did speak with the director of the facility that he was at. He was supposed to be present. I don't know if I see him on here, but he was also.
Hold on a second. Denzel Carroll, you need to sit still. You moving around is a distraction for everyone in this court setting.
Your Honor, Mr. Carroll is the director. He is involved in this case. I think he may be trying to go someplace more quiet.
Wait, he's the director with the department, and he's walking around like this.
He's working at the facility that was housing these young men.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes, sir. My apologies.
Is there not a place you can stop moving?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Carroll, you're in Hood County?
Yes, we're in Tarrant County.
You're in Tarrant County. All right. So what is his current status?
He's on elopement status at this point.
Y'all are in RTC for the department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so do you know what his status with the department is? Is he PMC? Has there been termination? Do we know?
Your Honor,
Mr.
if
Cole?
I may.
Yes, Mr. Cole.
I spoke with the probation officer in Hood County. He is on probation in Hood County for felony offense of UUMV. A lot of this information came out prior to my report coming out this morning, or after. Spoke with Hood County. Hood County does have violations they can file if they want, so they said we didn't need to hold him on this offense. They said they were willing to let him go back to Camp Worth if Mr. Denzel was willing to accept him.
Sorry, Trisha, that's nuts. You made me crazy.
He said he was able to take him back and would take him back. And that Hood County, if they wanted, they could take this charge, or they could use violations they already have for his UUMV term probation that he's on there.
Right. Tyler, you know Judge Walton, right? He's the one you went in front of in Hood County. Remember Judge Walton, Tyler?
Yes, sir.
I can tell you, when I was an attorney, I practiced in front of Judge Walton. I can tell you he is 100%, 100 times tougher than I am. All right? And he will absolutely punish you. I mean, I know Judge Walton. I know him well. So you need to make better decisions. If you're under Judge Walton's supervision, you got to do everything right. I'm telling you this as friendly advice, just man to man. I'm trying to advise you. You do not want to mess with him. I can tell you. Mr. Lofton.
Oh, yes, sir.
When's the last time you appeared in front of Judge Lofton, or Judge Walton?
Judge Walton, that's not my, he's a educated judiciary, but he is very strict and tough on everybody.
Right. Mr. Graham, you ever been in front of Judge Walton?
Yes, Your Honor, and I concur with Mr. Lofton's assessment.
Mr. Berger, you been in front of Judge Walton? Mr. Berger? Ms. Mills, you're next. You know that. Ms. Keenan, you're after her, right?
I have not.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't, Judge.
All right. Ms. Keenan, your experience about Judge Walton? Ms. Keenan, Tracy, I know you've been in front of Judge Walton.
I haven't.
You haven't?
Judge Kim, what the fuck does this matter? Who cares about Judge Walton? This kid has no clue about the lawyers that you're getting to say. It means nothing to him. Nothing. And they're all like, it's not even funny. Trisha, that's a nuts story. I hope everything's okay. I really do.
All right. Tyler, Judge Walton has a reputation. All right. Don't mess around with Judge Walton. Okay. It will not work out for you. And he's a fair judge. He follows the law. But when he has discretion, man, my clients got beat up pretty bad. Okay. Mr. Carroll, are you willing to come by and pick up Mr. Emblem today?
Yes, sir. We can make accommodations for that.
All right, Tyler, I'm going to go ahead and release you to Mr. Carroll. Your evading on foot is nothing compared to what Judge Walton can do to you. All right? Man, just make good decisions. And I'm just saying this honestly, just sincerely. All right? Do not mess around. Your case is in a county that you could actually, you could really regret this for many years. All right? Tyler, you're feeling me, right? You're getting what I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may not like it, but you're just in this position in your life. You got to get it done. Just do what you got to do. You got a Tarrant County case, but it's just a misdemeanor. We may end up transferring this over to Judge Walton's court, so it's all combined. But your case is a lot more serious in front of him. Man, take care of your business. Just do what you got to do. Get out from under the courts. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Tyler. Mr. Carroll, thank you very much. I appreciate your courtesy and your help.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry? Venegas is off. Okay. So I think Tanya Venegas is off the docket. So we have Alex Alvarez. Mr. Alvarez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case to decide whether to release you or keep you here. If you have the right to an attorney, you have the right to remain silent. Mr. Sierra is your attorney. Is Mr. Sierra here? I haven't seen him yet.
Yes, Judge, I'm right here.
All right, there we go. All right, so let's see. All right, Alex, my tocayo, right? You were referred by Fort Worth PD back a couple weeks ago. Possession under a gram. No, 1 to 4 grams. Traffic stop. And Alex has been to a blunt. There's a search. Found 2 bags of weed, some white powdery substance, and 250 baggies. So you're charged with manufacturing delivery of 1 to 4 grams.
Hold on though. Was there 250? You counted them? Or it was a bag of 250 that you had some left in? Like, that's important because if it was full 250, he didn't traffic nothing. Doesn't sound like to me.
Yeah, hasn't filed yet. Level 1-0 since for about 2 weeks now. All right, do we have a parent here?
Yes. Your Honor, the mom is here.
All right, Mom, where are you? Oh, there we are, Mom. All right, so Mom, I guess the question is, do you know Alexandro Urrutia?
Yes,
Okay, who is he to you?
he's his friend.
All right,
Childhood friends.
is he the kind of friend that you you allow your son Alex to hang out with, or
Well,
do you
they've been childhood friends. I've never had any trouble with him.
All right, so now you know. Now you know that both of the Alexes are running around with cocaine.
Yes.
Right. All right. You understand that's a big concern for me?
Yes. It's a big concern for me as well.
Okay, good. We're on the same page. So, looking forward, what are we going to do to supervise Alex?
Well, whatever needs to be done. He used to be able to have a curfew at 10. If it'll probably it'll be cut down shorter than that now. I mean, probably won't even be able to. He won't be leaving the house anytime soon. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, so Mom, this is one of those things. Like, if it's just up to me, I can just detain him here, right? I mean, it doesn't change my life at all. But I honestly believe the best way to help kids is the parents and the courts are working together, right? And as long as you and I are working together, man, we can do great things for Alex, for your son. Okay?
Yes.
So what I'm inclined to do is I'm going to, let's see the rules order. I have it here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and release him to you, all right? He has shown that he behaves here in our facility. He's been level outstanding for 2 weeks now. So I know he can follow the rules. I'm going to place him on an electronic monitor, so we'll know exactly where he is, and we'll offer a level of supervision so he won't be sneaking out at night. Or if he does, he can cut off the monitor. Right? I'm also ordering no contact with Alex Urrutia. All right, so even if he is a childhood friend, that's not going to happen while this case is pending. And then I'm also going to place him on a sweat patch, which that is a patch that absorbs the oil coming out of your skin. So if you use any kind of illegal substance, it gets absorbed with the patch. We send it to a lab, and we'll know if he's using it. It's a 24/7 monitoring. You can't fool it. It's not like a UA where we can time it or anything. It is what it is, right? And
okay.
So, all right, Alex, you followed your level 1 outstanding here at Kimbo. I'm expecting you to be level 1 outstanding when I release you to your mom. You understand? But you understand that here at Kimbo, we have a DNA order, right? Do not associate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen that happen. So if your mom puts a do not associate order on you with anybody she doesn't like, she may not like them because their haircut, right? She may not like them because the color of their shoes. Like, it doesn't matter why, but if your mom says do not hang around them, then you're not going to hang around them. You understand? And if she tells Miss Paxton, man, I'm setting these rules for Alex, but Alex isn't following through, then what do you think is going to happen?
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Well, what do you mean by get in trouble?
Most likely come back here.
Come back here, right? And then I don't know, you've been here for a couple weeks, almost 3 weeks, right? In 3 weeks you've been here, you've seen a lot of kids come back for the dumbest reasons, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Don't be one of those dumb reasons, all right? Don't be one of them. I'm giving you a chance to get out, but the chance is based on you following your mom's rules. If you follow her rules, then you stay out. If you keep on breaking her rules, you're just going to come back here. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Alex. Joshua Ballard. All right, where's Mr. Ballard? Mr. Ballard, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm reviewing your case. You got right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. You're level 1 outstanding since, well, I guess Wednesday. This is the shooting. The victim said that they were knocking on the door of the apartment. Door was answered. 3 black males outside the front porch. Homeowner told them to leave, but they refused. There was an argument. Then all 3 males on the porch had handguns. They stole cash. So when they know there's more cash, they shut the door, then there's gunshots. Yeah, there's another investigation where Joshua Ballard is suspected of shooting into an apartment. And he was identified there. So you're here for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, or aggravated robbery. You're scheduled for determined sentence on December 16th. And that Lake Granbury has accepted you if I'm willing to send you there. All right, so Joshua, I am not comfortable releasing you. I feel like you're a danger to the community as well as yourself. And I feel like you are actually at risk of absconding. So I'm going to detain you. I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. That is something your attorney will be sure to bring up during the hearing if we get to disposition. So, but we have the court setting, basically your trial that's coming up in a couple weeks. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Thank you.
All right. Denali Dunbar. Where's Mr. Dunbar? All right, Mr. Dunbar, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. The attorney is Carmen Johnson. I think I saw Miss Johnson pop in.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Johnson. Good to see you again. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks. Same to you. Still full?
We didn't have a big Thanksgiving, but this had nothing to do with COVID. It just, I wanted a quiet Thanksgiving. So, so yes, I still have a lot of leftovers. All right, so earlier this month, Denali was brought in by Haltom City for theft of property. He was on the run since July when he cut off his EM and he ran. So, the Haltom City dispatched a shell for suspicious activity. Clerk saw 2 other black males, and they were passing a pistol back and forth, not pointing at everyone. Officer arrived. Well, yeah, there's already been probable cause. I know you've been.
Let me make this easy. We're set for court on Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, Denali.
As a result of the plan, he can't be released anyway.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes it easier. We do not have a parent.
And he's aware. We chatted this morning.
Okay. Denali, you know, the cutting off the end part, that's the one that, I mean, that's,
Yes, sir.
even if there was a plan, that's the real hard part for me to get over. Once you cut that monitor off, every time in the future, it sets it up. All right. So, all right. Thanks, Denali. We will, either me or one of the judges will see you on Wednesday. Okay. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Isaac Mata.
Your Honor, the mother is present here at the facility. I believe they're getting her.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mata, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Ms. Mills is your attorney. You are level 1 outstanding since, well, this morning. Let's see. This is a stolen car case from October. And during the stop, 2 black objects are thrown from the window. One was a pistol and a second magazine. And there was also a 9mm pistol found. Right. And you were not on probation at the time. You just got off parole in September for aggravated robbery out of Hale County. You did a placement search. You were positive for weed. All right. So, Mr. Kroll, how come he's only level 1-0 today? What happened?
Your Honor, my records indicate that he's been 1-0 the entire time, no infractions.
Oh, okay.
I may have overlooked that when I was revising the report before sending that out. I don't even have a minor write-up.
All right. Mr. Mata, I really don't want you to say too much. So there's a yes or no question, all right? And I know Ms. Mills will be okay asking this one question. Is Mr. Kroll correct that you've been level 1-0? That's a yes or no?
Yes,
So
sir.
you-
I've been level 1 since I've been here.
Okay. Ms. Mills, you didn't mind me asking that?
No.
Okay, it was very tailored.
I was pretty sure the answer was yes.
Okay, it was very, very tailored.
Judge, just so you know, we had been set for court before, but the judge ordered a placement search, so that's why it was passed. We're set again next Thursday, I believe.
Ms. Mills, this is my hard part, right? He finished parole for aggravated robbery,
Right,
and then he's now in a stolen car with guns. And
right.
not knowing, Mr. Mata, and so this is my heartburn right now. Okay, I don't know, and don't fill in your story. Okay, so do not say anything. I'm just telling you what I don't know. I don't know if you ended up in a stolen car because a gun was used to steal the car or not. And don't tell me anything. I'm just saying and I'm not supposed to know, right? That's supposed to come out during trial. Your attorney knows, the DA knows, but I'm not supposed to know anything. And it's about a safety thing. I don't even know if you're the one that stole the car or not, right? And I'm not asking you, I'm just telling you, these are the big questions that I have.
Yes, sir.
You've been level 1 this whole time, successfully completed parole. Mr. Crawl, does the report say which side of the car that the black objects were thrown, or the front passenger window? And Isaac was the only person in the car. All right. Is this Isaac's mom?
Yes, sir.
You work?
Yes, sir.
Are there other adults in the home or just you?
Me and my husband.
Does your husband work as well?
Yes, sir.
How do we keep Isaac from running around at 1 o'clock in the morning in a stolen car with guns thrown out the window?
Sir, I mean, Isaac had been at home all the time. Like, no, he was not going out doing anything, nothing. That we were both working when he asked me if he could go over and to his friends. And I'm usually real like I've got to meet whoever, he hangs out, and I've got at least got to know them for a while. And, he had just been doing so good. He wasn't getting into trouble. He was always at home doing nothing but just be at home. And, it was just a bad call that I let him, And
what would if I release him to you? What would we do differently this time?
Well, sir, I wanted to tell you that my job is aware of my every hearing, right? And they are like if you were to release them to me right now, that they are willing to give me my PTO to stay off of work. And also, sir, a social worker that works with me at work, she has been, and I had the file ready for me at work, but I left right now from work, and but she gave me a file of places that I can get Isaac into. And I have also looked into young Marines to better their lives better, I've been keeping in contact with his mentors, and I have researched resources for him and for me to do as well with him. And I have been I didn't bring you the documentation because I got to finish the course, but I have been taking parenting classes, and because I know that I made, I know that Isaac is ready, and knows that he did willing to take up his consequences, right? But like I said, I usually am very aware of Isaac's surroundings and everything.
Mom, here's the thing. Your job is not to protect Isaac anymore, okay? I think at this point going forward, your job and my job is to make sure Isaac understands there are consequences.
Yes, sir.
He needs to understand that if he makes poor decisions, he's going to be disappointed with the outcome, and he has to live with the disappointment.
I understand.
You cannot protect him. You can't be mother hen anymore. You understand?
I'm really sorry. Too deep. Are you? I feel really bad that I never really. Maybe you're kidding. Monica didn't know who Streamlabs was either. Streamlabs? Stream. Hmm. Uh, Streamlabs is it's the streaming software that I use. And a lot of streamers use it. So you're gonna see them. It's not a person. It's a bot. It's a bot that you program. I'm so sorry. I thought you knew that. Monica didn't know either. She was talking to Streamlabs one day. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh, you see them try and talk to it? Oh. I'm so sorry. I'm laughing so hard. I love it. I love it so much. Oh. Well, yes. You thought you were coming here to just spill the dirt on Streamlabs, being an asshole at different places. Oh, I am almost crying. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Oh, Lord. Thank you so much for that. Seriously. Oh, God. Well, I'm the one that put the kinky message in there. I thought y'all knew that. Like, the message is meant to be from me. Like, I don't mind, as in, Kitchen doesn't mind the swearing, but my YouTube daddy does. Like, I thought everybody knew it was a bot, and that anytime you saw Streamlabs, you understood that message was coming from the creator. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah. Now I can actually understand that. Well, you can input any commands you want. I'm really working on creating a trivia bot program to be playing in the um that's hilarious though. Actually, now we have to start doing that. Um I want everybody to report back here about Streamlabs. Like screenshot. I want you to roast Streamlabs in every chat you ever go into from now on. And I just want that to be a channel thing. Um, it's hilarious to me. That really made me laugh. I was almost crying, but I remember I'm wearing my makeup and yeah, like I am gonna put different commands in. I have to stop streaming sometime and start fucking working on my back end, working on my back end stuff. God, I'm filthy. Okay, let's finish this off.
You can't shelter him. He is making decisions that are so big now that you can no longer protect him. He's not the little kid that falls and scrapes his knee. Okay? He's a little kid that may end up with a gun and getting shot in the head, right?
Right.
You can't protect him for that. You have to teach him that if he makes a bad decision at home, you'll be the first one to call Judge Kim, right? And let me know, because it's not that you're throwing him under the bus, is that you're teaching him there are consequences.
Exactly.
Right? So Isaac, you understand when I'm going through all this, you just got off parole for stealing property using a weapon. I'm assuming a gun. Now you're in a stolen property and with guns, right? You understand how this looks.
Yes, sir.
Even if you did nothing wrong, the moment you stepped into a car, I don't even know if it's your car or not. I don't know if you stole it or not. I don't know. I know it wasn't your car, right? But I don't know if like you actually took it or a friend loaned it to you. The fact that you knew that you weren't 100% confident about the situation. I don't know if you brought the guns in the car or if they were already in. I don't know any of that. But the fact that you put yourself in that situation where it could look bad, that's why we're having this conversation, right?
Right. Yes,
What
sir.
you got to do is you got to avoid those situations.
Yes, sir.
Just avoid them. So you've held level 1-0 for quite a bit of time now. I'm going to give you this chance. I'm going to let you out on an electronic monitor. You tested positive for drugs, so I'm going to put you on a sweat patch. 24/7 monitoring. Okay. What you have to understand though is if you're not a level 1-0 with your mom and dad, what do you think is going to happen?
I'm gonna come back here.
You're going to come back in because you've seen that, right? You've been here for a month. You've seen other kids come back in because they didn't follow the rules.
Yes, sir.
Right? And you know I'm going to do it. You know what kind of judge I am.
Yes, sir.
And so, but I'm fair both ways. I'm letting you out because you're telling me you're going to follow your mom's rules, right?
Yeah, I will.
So if you don't follow them, when I bring you back here, you think I'm going to shed a tear for you?
No, sir.
But if you follow those rules, you know I'm going to let you stay out there, right?
Yes, sir.
It's that simple. Follow the rules and you stay at home. Break the rules, you're coming back.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Isaac.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. So, Mom, before you leave, Miss Mata,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
serious. You need to call us. If he gives you attitude or anything,
Yes,
call us.
I will. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you too. Joseph Navarez.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Navarez. I'm Judge Kim. It's a 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adler is your attorney. All right. So your level 1 outstanding since November 12th. This is Fort Worth PD. We're dispatched for a shooting when they met. Oh, this is the one in the stockyards with the off-duty police officer. All right, Mr. Navarez, I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. That is something your attorney is thankful for as well. But this involves a case with a gun, and the gun was actually used. And somebody was shot, and so I'm just deeply concerned about releasing the community. Okay, that's just one of those. You kind of cross that threshold, and so I'm just going to wait. Really, at this point, I want to wait till the hearing. I'm always open to new ideas or other things, but I just need to be comfortable about releasing him. I'm not comfortable yet because the kid with a gun that it was actually used and somebody was shot. All right.
Sir, I was gonna ask you. I got a real court on December 11th, right?
I'm not sure what date, but it sounds right.
December 11th. So.
Sounds right.
Oh, okay, sir.
So this is just a detention hearing. It's not about whether you did it or not. It's about releasing you or not releasing you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you, Mr. Navarez. Cameron Newton.
Morning, Your Honor. I'll be covering for appeals. Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert.
Oh, I was wondering. I didn't see her on here.
All right, Mr. Newton, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You have the right to remain silent.
Gobble, 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 gobble. Do we see the turkey from the attorney, the turkey attorney? I am literally dying laughing, thinking that you guys thought Streamlabs was some mod YouTube boss out there. That's honestly hilarious. Seriously though, the turkey's back. Oh my God, I'm sitting on a beaver. I'm sitting on a beaver here. Holy moly. Get with the program. Off the beaver. Get off the beaver.
Silent, you have a right to an attorney. Ms. Keenan, your attorney is here. All right, Mr. Dean, you've been here, so we are now approaching 180 days. This is the shooting over, let's see, back in June.
This is one that we actually had set, Your Honor, and we had to move it because his grandmother had surgery. And so we do have it reset for 12/15, and it should be able to be disposed of that day, as long as grandmother is available.
Right. Okay, this is the magazine. He threw the gun away in the trash can. Found 5 rounds in his pocket. He's been on probation for aggravated robbery. All right. Cameron, you're level off today. I'm glad you are, because you just turned 17 yesterday, right? So you understand if your behavior level drops, I'm sending you down to county jail, right? So you've got to earn your keep. I need you to be an example for the other kids here at our facility. But if you're going to be a fool and cause problems here, I'll house you in downtown county lockup. Now that you're 17 years old. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Let's not do that, Cameron.
Yes, please don't.
Please don't.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, Ms. Keenan. Have a good day.
And I do apologize for having to leave the hearing earlier. I had a plea in another court.
No, not a problem at all.
Thank you.
All right, Lewis Parker. We were here. I think your dad was here earlier.
I'm back. I lost connection, y'all.
Okay. Hello, sir. All right. So,
how you doing?
I'm doing okay. All right. This is the capital murder case over on the Las Vegas Trail.
Yep.
Let's see. Are we still doing the competency sessions here?
Yes, Your Honor.
How are those going, Ms. Thomas?
They're going well from what I understand.
Okay. Lewis, are things starting to make more sense to you now?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, good. I don't know why they didn't do this stuff back when you were in Mejia State School, but I'm glad you're getting the courses now, so we can move forward in any case. When's the last time we released Mr. Parker?
October 31st, he had a pass with Dad, and then on November 1st, he had a pass with Mom.
Okay. We ready to do that again?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Thomas, is there going to be a problem with our detention facility on making that happen again?
No, Your Honor, I do know he has to be quarantined every time he enters detention.
Right.
And I usually arrange with the parents, as long as it's not on a Monday or Wednesday, those are the mornings that he does the competency training.
Okay. All right, Lewis. We do this and you're placed in quarantine, right?
Yes, sir.
But it's worth it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that then. So we'll do the same. What did we do last time with Dad? It was like a full day?
Dad was, yes, from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
9 till 8.
9 till 8. And Mom the next day was shorter though, right?
11 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And there were no EM violations at that time?
No, sir.
All right, is Mom here also? I think I saw her earlier.
She tried to log on late. I don't think she was able to get in. She did text me. She tried.
All right. Okay, let's do it again.
Okay.
Lewis, you're doing this because you're level 1-0. You're following the rules. You're behaving. You follow the rules when we let you out last time. Okay. This is because of my frustration. This is not because of your case or don't think I'm soft. It's because I'm frustrated with the system has gone on so long on this case. All right.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. And so, Dad, just same rules as last time. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
That's for this Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Alyssa
Judge.
Rangel. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Here, Judge.
All right, Ms. Rangel, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. And you decide to keep you, release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney is Mr. Adler. All right, so you're level 1 outstanding. You have been since Wednesday. let's see, police were dispatched to a vigil. And
This the wrong.
let's see, your mom made a runaway report after you left home without permission. What? Oh, okay. And then police found you, you have a fake name, and you had weed in your bag. So I said, if you're a level 1 for 7 days straight, I would release you because I need you to show that you can behave, follow the rules, and keep on following the rules for a week. So, all right, well then, Mr. Nava.
Yes, sir.
I show she's only been level 1 since Wednesday, since the 26th, which is 4 days. How far did she drop?
Prior to the last time she was on 1-0, she went down to 2U.
Okay. All right, Alyssa. Well, I made a deal with you. I told you if you kept level 1 for 7 days, then I would release you. That was the deal I made with you. And that's the deal that you didn't hold up your end of the deal.
I achieved 7 days of level 1.
No. No, you've only been level 1. Like, you dropped down on the 25th.
I just got my certificate for 7 days of holding a level 1.
Nava, was there a period before the 25th that she was level 1 for 7 days?
JCMS doesn't show anything.
All right, so Alyssa, this is what I'm going to do. I just have my report. We're going to look into it, okay? It is, Alyssa, look at me. You don't look at her. It is what it is. So if you were, in fact, level 1 for 7 consecutive days, I'll sign a release order. If you weren't, we'll see you at the next 10-day hearing, and we'll review it again, okay? So don't worry. If you know you were level 1 for 7 consecutive days, don't worry, you're getting out today, all right? If you were not, and you dipped down somewhere between, you're not getting out today, okay? So just because right now, at this very moment, I'm not releasing you, doesn't mean anything, right? What you actually did is what counts. Don't forget this, because when you get out, you need to remember what you actually do counts. So when your mom says, don't leave the house, what do you gotta do?
Won't leave the house.
Don't leave the house, right? If your parents don't want you smoking weed, they better not want you smoking weed. But if you're not supposed to smoke weed, then what are you not supposed to smoke?
Sir?
Weed, right? If you're not supposed to smoke weed, you don't smoke weed, right?
Yes, sir.
So Mom, last time I talked to you, you said you were okay with the idea. She makes 7 consecutive days. Are you still feel that way?
I'm ready for her to come home.
Okay. Well, hold on. My thing, you may be ready for her to come home. I don't know if I'm ready for her to come home. It depends on if she can behave. If she follows the rules here, she has proven to me she can follow the rules in your home. Okay? Absolutely. But if she doesn't follow the rules here, I'm not going to give her the chance to disrespect you anymore. Okay? Yes, Alyssa, do you have a question for me?
Yes, sir. The date here, it says November 17th through November 23rd.
We'll wait. Mr. Nava's going to look up to me. If he finds in there that there were 7 consecutive days of level 1-0, I'm going to sign a release order. It's that simple. If you didn't make it, so if they made a mistake when they printed that sheet out for you, right, then it doesn't count, right? Yes, just because you have the certificate doesn't mean it happened, right? So we're going to check the records. If you were, we'll release you. If you weren't, then we're not going to release you. It's really, you're controlling this. And I want you to understand, when I release you, you are controlling this. You're controlling the dynamics you have with your mom. You're controlling whether you come back to Kimbo or not. You're controlling whether you get arrested or not. You control these things. You do the right thing, the law's not a concern. You break the rules, then you have to worry about the police, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alyssa.
Love you, baby.
Mr. Nava, just if you can just get back to me. If you find the 7 consecutive days in there, then I'll sign the release order. Thank you. Rodney Settles.
Sir.
Hello, Mr. Settles. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to attorney. Ms. Lothorpe is here. I think Mr. Sierra was here earlier. Is he still here? Okay, Mr. Lofton.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good. Oh, jeez. I'm trying. I am trying today.
That wasn't a shot, Judge. That was a. I apologize.
Oh, that's right. No, it's like 36 hearings today or something. All right. So, Mr. Settles, you're almost 15. Police were dispatched for a male shooting a gun. There was a felony stop. Rodney said he was arguing with 2 males, saw them reach for what he thought was a gun, so he fired into the air 1 time. Video surveillance showed him putting the gun in the backpack and concealing it behind the building. He has no history with this department. So, Mr. Dickerson,
Are you kidding? No, Nightbot is not real. Oh my God.
you just got to level 1 today. Can you tell me about that pattern?
Well, I don't know why it's showing that, Your Honor, because there's a documentation in here that shows that he made level 1 on the 24th, which was 6 days ago, and then again today. So I don't know why that's in there like that.
We have a parent here? Yeah, we have mom here.
He hasn't been perfect in detention, but he has been on level 1 for about a week now.
How far do you dip down?
Well, he's been down to level 3 confined at one point, but that was earlier in November. It looks like he had an altercation with another resident back there, and he worked his way back up to level 1 since then.
Do we know what the altercation was about?
No, it just says near physical altercation.
So Rodney, right now, in your mind, what are you thinking? Like this, we're talking about something that happened like a month ago. You see how it's coming back on you now?
Yes, sir.
You understand how if you live in the moment, at the time, it may seem like a good idea, but over time, it comes back and haunts you, right?
Yes, sir.
You probably, I don't even know if you remember what that altercation was about.
I do, sir.
You do? Okay.
Sir.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it to put yourself in this spot right now?
No, sir. And it wasn't worth to embarrass my granny and my mom.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
And that's
sir.
what you got to go through in life. You got to realize that everything has consequences. You can come back and bite you in the butt, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mom, talk to me.
I'm grandmother, and if he's released, he will.
Okay, I'm gonna make an expose video like people do about YouTubers about Streamlabs, and I'm gonna make it sound real, and I'm gonna use all of your guys' examples and pretend like I don't know at all who Streamlabs is. I'm gonna expose Streamlabs. Oh God, that's a really good video idea. I'm gonna do that one. That is so funny. And Nightbot. I'll be like related. But quite separate is another notorious YouTuber who prowls the chats and seems to enforce rules at whim, also known as Nightbot.
Be grounded. There will be no more access to anything, not even a cell phone. When we do go to court on the 10th, so we still have more to go with this situation, and there are more punishments to come.
So, Rodney, are you sure you want to go home to that?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I promise. I'm just trying to earn my granny and my mama trust back to where she can give me my phone back. Because I know what I done. I messed up to my granny, and I don't like that she had to take off for work today. And I just want to go home so I can be able to go to school. And when I turn 15, if I live to see that day, I pray to God that I do, I can get a job and start trying to help my granny.
So, based on the decisions you made as a kid, you understand that's forcing you now to be in a position where you're going to have to take on more responsibility, right?
Yes, sir. And I do want to sit down.
Whose fault is that?
Sir?
Whose fault is that?
That's my fault.
All right. So, I'll tell you what, Rodney. I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to let you go on EM. All right. We'll see how you do. But you're level 1-0. And you're level 1-0 because you're showing respect to our staff here by following all the rules and not giving an attitude, right?
Yes, sir.
Can I expect you to do that with your grandma's house?
Of course.
You understand, if your grandma picks up the phone and says, I need to talk to Judge Kim because Rodney is sneaking out, he smells like weed, he's hanging around people I'm telling him not to hang around, like anything like that, what do you think is going to happen?
You're gonna bring me back in detainment, and I
Back
probably
here.
that won't happen. Whatever she said, I'm fine.
And then you're going to have to prove yourself all over again, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been here for over a month. You've seen kids come back in for the dumbest reasons, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I just seen the kid with my name come back the next day.
Because you know I'll do it, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, in some ways, I'm heartless like that. Like, if you break the rules, I'll bring you back. It's that simple, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll give you a chance, Grandma. We're gonna let him go home, but he better show you respect, okay? If you don't, please call us and let us know, because he can go through the process again here.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so hold on, I'm bringing the next child in. At this point, these proceedings have been broadcast to comply with the Open Courts Act. However, Chapter 5408 of the Texas Family Code states that when a child is under 14 years old, the hearings are presumed to be closed to the public unless the court finds that the interest of the public or the interest of the child would be better served by opening the hearing to the public. Unable to make such a finding, the court will now close or end the broadcast of these proceedings to the public. Please.
You guys, I'm very honestly, what a evening. I think we all learned something tonight. We all learned. I'm seriously gonna make that video. It's on my list of 8,000 other things. But here's what. Remember how I was saying earlier I'm really good at negative self-talk? I am. But here's the other thing. I've posted 94 videos in like 3 weeks or a month. So I can bitch at myself all I want for how little I've done, except I haven't done little. I've done lots. So see how I flipped that one right over? I love you guys so much. If that is not just a joke and you guys are literally being absolutely serious about that, that is going to become absolute kitchen lore. Lore. Absolute lore. I love you all so much. I'm going to be trying to do a daytime stream tomorrow because I know none of y'all are supposed to stay up all night, but you do, and I love it. But I'm really, really hoping to round 1,000 here and then continue on with all of your help. I love having you all with me. I have so many ideas. This is really about interactivity and engagement. It's less about, don't listen, YouTube daddy, but it's less about being a million view videos or like making the best videos in the world. It's more about having a fun, engaging time. We're gonna figure out something to do with the points. Again, like I stay up late watching court with you guys, and then I wake up early and sort of like stumble into recording court. And then the cycle continues. And I admit I have a problem, but I'm not going to stop. Anyways, guys, I so appreciate you having come out tonight. If you're not already subscribed with all the channels that you have, and I know you've got a few, please go ahead. Take the time to subscribe, to lock yourself in to what we are fondly referring to as the 1000 Club, and know that you will be part of history as it goes forward. I am so excited to keep going with you. I think laughter is like I was almost peeing my pants. I'm not only gonna do an expose about who Streamlabs and Nightbot are, but I'm working on a podcast with some other creators, and I want this to be a total episode of like, did you know that people think Streamlabs and Nightbot are real? Oh God, guys. I'm gonna look it up, but there are commands where you can give points to other people yourself and all these fun things we can do. So please, if you have not, oh, I would love to have some special guests in. I also have some typing competitions that I'm gonna be getting in, some short stories that I'm gonna write and we're gonna do as typing speed contests, and then you guys can try and get onto the leaderboard. We have bingo coming up. I'm the trivia. I'm going to work on many things. I'm going nowhere but up. And you guys have all been excellent tonight. I really hope that I've lifted any spirits or I've quieted you down before bed or whatever. And the thing is, you can never be a loser here. That's the thing. Never. You can never be a loser here because we watch them on the screen instead of worrying about our own problems. That's why we do it, guys. Let's not hide from that truth. Okay, loves. I am so thankful you were here tonight with me. Thank you for coming to the kitchen. Tomorrow, check it out. I'm going to be baking in another kitchen, making some super yummy things and watching some super juicy court. So I hope you can join me. I love having you here. I love getting to know everybody, even Streamlabs. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Bye.